Alright, I'm here doing my full card review for Rastakhan's Rumble, the new Hearthstone expansion, coming out here in December 7th, 2018. No, December 4th. Smash Brothers Ultimate is December 7th. They get only 2.5 days to play play this before Smash Brothers. No, I'll be playing both of them. But yeah, so I'll just get into how I do my reviews. I just did a theory crafting video on a few of the decks that I wasn't sure about, or the measurement of the decks that I think are going to be powerful, trying to see how powerful they are. If you want to check that out, look in my video list. And then after I'm done with this review, I'm going to do some more theory crafting, like really make some more decks. I'll probably do that tomorrow, though, depending on how long this review takes. I might, or how my voice is holding out, one or the other. But yeah, so I like lately I've been doing the theory crafting ones first, so I can kind of get a general sense of how some of these decks might get put together, and then sometimes I do the neutrals first, sometimes I do the class ones first. This time around, like other than the legendaries, most of the neutrals don't affect the decks too much. It's more so class ones, and this has to do a lot too with the fact that um, but when this expansion releases, this will be the most cards that have been in rotation ever for an expansion. I mean, for that have ever been out at the one time. So because there's so many cards to choose from, then you can there's less room to put new cards in the deck. So only the most powerful ones will get put in. And there is a lot of powerful cards in this set, probably more than any set this whole year, but or maybe even the last year and a half. But I mean, there's still only 30 cards in the deck, so most of the neutrals of course, aren't like super powerful. So there's not room for them to be put into all these new decks or the existing decks that are just adding some of the new strong cards. So yeah, and the way I do my rating system is 1 star is like terrible and unplayable. 2 stars is bad, but it might be like a little. It might be okay in some decks. 3 stars is good, but nothing like too special. It's like playable, real middle of the road. Nothing like great. Nothing bad. It could be the 3-star card is good in some decks, but usually not like the star of the deck. And 4 stars is a very good. It goes in a lot of decks. It's just overall good card. And then 5 stars is just like a super good card. That's like one of the better cards in the deck, one of the better cards in the game. Yeah, just like an insane card. So I'll get straight into Druid then. They luckily didn't get. They probably got like the worst cards overall, which is what they need because they're already like had multiple tier 1 decks, and Blizzard for some reason, no matter how good they already are, they always just give them insane cards on. So this time around, they didn't get anything too good. Probably the best card here is this Ironhide Direhorn, 7 mana, 7/7 overkill, summon a 5/5 Ironhide runt, and like so this card by itself isn't that good. It's a War Golem, and if you get a hit in, it does summon a 5/5. But you're probably just gonna get one hit in at most. But I mean that's a 7 mana 12/12, which is good. But when you combine it with Undasta, which gives a beast, like summons a beast from your hand and gives it rush, or does it just summon a beast from your hand? Either way, I'm pretty sure just go down here. Summon it, yeah, just summon a beast, never mind. But yeah, I mean, just summoning this, you're summoning a 7/7, and there's another card that combines with this. Oh yeah, this one 6 mana, summon a beast, and yeah, this one is the one that gives it rush. So between these and that, like you might be able to do something with some kind of big beast druid. But the problem is that this this big beast druid, like this, is it has like some potential and it could be good, but compared to the overpowered druid decks that already exist, um, it's not worth running over them. Like Taunt Druid, Malygos Druid, even like Togwaggle Druid. So yeah, so because of that both of these cards aren't as good as they would be. Like once their expansion rotates and there's no more Hadronox, and hopefully they rotate Malygos to Hall of Fame, but they haven't even talked about that, so they probably won't. But for sure, Taunt Druid's going away next expansion, so it might have a time to shine then. So yeah, I mean and those are the best ones, and then this, I'll get into why this is actually think is good. So I'd say this is like right now it's like a 3-star. Like it's good, but like it's going to be a 4-star. It's a 3-star now, and this card's a little better because you can cheat out a lot of stuff. You could cheat out. You could do in Big Druid. You could put this in Big Druid too, I guess, but it's not. There's not really room for it. So this has a little more room. So this is probably like a 4-star. This is probably like the best card in this Druid set. This set. So that's a 4-star. That's like a 3. And then as for all of like most of these cards have to do with this whole Druid hero power gaining attack or swinging multiple times, which if you like through the past cards that like buff the Druid hero power or like throw out like spell damage attacks off of it have always been really bad. I've never seen play like ever, like not even like in the lowest power level time. So they would have to be a hell of a lot more powerful, and these are like some good ones compared to like the past ones, but like not like they would need multiple levels, and they're just basically like one notch up. So I think like all of these hero power ones are 1-star. Maybe like Pounce is probably, you could use this in the just not so much for the hero power aspect, but as a way to like cycle Gadgeton or like to fill up your token board with a Violet Teacher, that kind of stuff. So I'll give the Pounce 2 stars, but then I'll give Gronk 7 mana 4/9 beast. After your hero attacks and kills a minion, it may attack again. So yeah, you even if you want to play this in the same turn as your hero power, that's 9 mana for a 4/9 beast, which is like 7 mana 4/9 stats is like technically okay, but at that amount of mana, you want stuff to start doing some really strong stuff, and that's just a really weak effect. And then you have to spend the extra 2 mana unless you combo with this, but then that means you have to have 3 cards just to get like an okay value. So I think this is 1-star. Let's see, we got where's the other hero power one? Yeah, 2 mana 2/3 deal damage to an enemy equal to hero's attack. I mean, if you play this on curve, that's 0, and you'd want to play like most of the time 2 mana stuff on curve, like, and early like in the first half of the game, even if you do a hero power like turn 4, turn 5, that's only going to be 1 damage, unless again you combo with that. Then that means you blew your whole hand just to do 3 damage and drop a 2/3. Like that's terrible. So that's 1-star. Um, there's one more. There's one more hero power one, right? Oh, I guess there's some neutral ones that do the hero power, but it's mostly like these three are the hero power ones, so those ones are terrible. um, go on to War Druid Loti, 3 mana, 1/2, transform into one of Loti's 4 dinosaur forms, and let's see, bring these up. So here's the 4 forms. This one is only for wild, so we can just ignore that. Oh yeah, I'm also only reviewing these for standard, and I'm not doing arena reviews for the cards either. But if sometimes if a card's like clearly just meant for arena, I'll bring that up because it's not like I'm gonna shit all over the design when it's clearly that card wasn't intended for standard constructed. That's just like people being like douchebags. So War Druid Loti, 3 mana. Oh, yeah, so you got basically all 4 forms except for this one. The 4/2 rush are really understated, overcosted, but the good part is it's versatile, and so this is like overall it's a pretty solid card. But again, like right now, there's so many cards out, the most cards that have ever been out in Hearthstone, and 2 of the other Druid decks, or 3 of them actually, but especially 2 are just completely overpowered, and there's no room for a card that's just pretty good. So like I think this will see play after the rotation. It'll see some play, and then as more cards come out, then it'll stop seeing play. So I think it's like a 2.5 star, close to 3 star. It's just like a real middle of the road card. Yeah. So and then yeah, let's talk about this. Oh yeah, since these ones kind of link up to it, like this whole Beast Druid thing. Um, I'll talk about this. I'll skip this for a second because I actually think this is good, and I want to get into that. Predatory Instincts, 4 mana, draw a beast from your deck, double its health. Like again, this is like with these 3, like they're pretty good. They're strong effects, but other things Druid's doing is just too good for these to see play. And yeah, like if this hits like some right things, or if you deliberately build your deck in certain ways, this could be pretty insane. Like doubling up a Tyrantus's health, the Witchwood Grizzly, so you get like a 5 mana. Like even if they have a lot of cards at that point, since it has 24 health to start, even if you're subtracting 7 health, it's still gonna have like a 3/15 with taunt. I mean, so 5 mana, 3/15 with taunt if you drew it, like, and you could play it the turn before Witchwood Grizzly. You could draw your Tyrantus. It could be a 12/24 untargetable. Like, I mean, the only like Priest is getting rid of that, and like Priest and Warrior. Oh, and some Warlock stuff, but yeah, it's gonna be real hard to get rid of a Tyrantus like that. And then you could like turn 4 this, and then 2 turns later, or if you mana gained, like you can play Stampeding Roar and get that out. And yeah, so you could do some real strong stuff. But even then, like even if you played that and this, and you got had the Tyrantus, that's like the dream, right? Like that's really strong, but that's not as strong as filling a whole board full of like big minions in one play, like Taunt Druid and the Big Druid do, and it's not as good as just like killing your opponent in a single turn, like Malygos does. And then like there's so many like good ways to put up a wall of taunts with a lot of decks that you're gonna be able to like tank a lot of those 12 damage hits. So I think this is I mean it is, yeah, again, and it's card draw too, but what does Druid already do really well? Card draw. So like it's not like you can just use it for that either. But it's okay. Like again, like when they lose some resources, Ultimate Infestation's gone after next expansion. So like yeah, this is one that's like it's like a 3, like a low 3 star. It's like 3 star, but again, like in 4 months, it'll be like probably a 4 star for a little bit, and then it'll drop back down to 3 stars. And then yeah, so this one I actually want to like if there is like a new deck that's really strong, and I actually think it will be, it'll be I think Token Druid will make a resurgence, and this is going to be one of the main reasons. I don't think it'll be as good as like the decks I was just talking about, like, but because the mid range is going to be so big, it might Token Druid actually might be the better route, especially if people are playing the card that resets your mana to 5 a lot, then like Token Druid might be the way to go, especially because it's going to fight against mid range better. Um, so yeah, this is a 5 mana 4/4 battlecry. Transform your treants into 5/5 ancients. I just think this is it's super strong. I think like it's almost as good as Quartermaster. Like the Quartermaster was a little better because it buffed your minions up. Like back in the day, if you don't know, a Quartermaster was a minion that buffed your Silverhand recruits up in Paladin. But like you can attack in the same turn. And the thing about this is if it's transforming them into a different type of minion, so you have to attack with your 2/2 treants first, and then you transform them. But it's not like you have to like get rid of them, so it's not like yeah, so it's not like you completely lose all their attacks. And then I've seen like some people saying, oh well, yeah, you just can't attack, and like what's the point of playing Savage Roar? Well, you play this and Savage Roar. If you have a turn where you could blow them away and lethal them with the Savage Roar, you do that. If you know if that Savage Roar isn't gonna do what you need it to do, and you need to like wait and build up your minions anyway, you could turn them all into 5/5s. So I mean, there's lots of already like treant cards that see play that are good, like Soul of the Forest, and then Living Mana, and then there's like the one from the last expansion. It's like the 3 mana summon 2/2/2s that will see play now with this. Like the thing about this is like this is good if you only hit a single treant. It's a good value. You're getting you basically it would be like a 5 mana 4/4 buff of a minion by 3/3. Like so you're getting uh it would be like it's 5 mana 7/7 worth of stats if you hit a single treant. That's really good value. So that, like again, like if it wasn't for the fact that other Druid decks are stronger, then that's just insane value, and like that would be like one of the best decks. And I think it might, yeah, again after the rotation. Well, we don't know like what new cards are going to come in with the rotation, but you're losing a lot of like Druid powerhouse stuff. So yeah, you're gonna need this. And the thing is like this with Floop, dude. Then you play this and you get a 4 mana buff all your treants by 3/3. Uh, oh, if I mean you can't buff them twice, so that's another thing. But I mean like you save the Floop, or if you like have again like a cheap thing to combo it with, you could put out more treants and play Floop in the same turn, like a lot easier. Like well, a little bit easier than just this because it costs more. But yeah, so I think this is right now 4 stars, 5 stars after the rotation. Normally I don't talk as much about after the rotations, like and if anyone's like watching this and you don't know, like with Hearthstone at the beginning of the year with the first rotation, beginning of the year, it's in April always. They rotate out all the stuff that's more than a year old, like that's not from the previous year. So like all the stuff from last year. So that's 3 full expansions this time. It's like 135 cards each, I believe. So that's 400 cards are going away in April, and so that's like a massive impact in the meta. And like I'm talking about it a lot now because that's coming. You know, it's coming up in 4 months. Like they release basically there's a new expansion every 4 months. So April, I guess that's well, like by the time this expansion hits in a week or two, that's like every 4.5 months. There's 3 expansions a year, so yeah, it's about every 4 months. So yeah, well, moving on to this. Oh yeah, then this is another card that can like combo with token-y type decks, like 4 mana, Mark of the Loa, choose one, give a minion +2 for taunt, or summon 2/3 raptors. So when you're trying to go wide on the board, generate some more tokens. 2/3/2s is okay, and if you, depending on the situation, like 2/4. So this is like the same as the old Prophet. Velen's Chosen was 2/4 for 3, but this is flexible and you can summon tokens. So you could buff your Violet Teacher to keep it alive, or one of your existing tokens. Yeah, I think this is a nice solid card. I think this is like a 3.5 stars. Uh, Spirit of the Raptor. Oh yeah, so this was the other. So I missed one of the hero attack cards. This is another one. So this is like the other. This is 1 star. This is actually probably the worst of all of them. Stealth for 1 turn after your hero attacks and kills a minion, draw a card. So basically, the only time this will ever get used is if you drop it on turn 1 and then on turn 2, your opponent plays into, or actually it's basically you go second. They play, if they're playing no, even Paladin on turn 1, they get the one mana token minion, and then you drop this on turn 2 and it's stealth, and then you hero power the next turn to draw a card. That's like the only, because otherwise, like you drop this and they're not going to play tokens into you because it's just a free card draw for the 1/1. And then anything bigger than that, your hero power is probably not going to kill. It's going to be a really inconsistent draw, and then so at best you're probably going to get 1 card draw off of it, and you're putting a card in your deck for it. Yeah. So moving on to Hunter. Yeah, I think Hunter is going to be the strongest class. They've got right now. Death Rattle Hunter's already one of the best, if not the best deck. It's probably not the best. It's probably like not. There's a couple decks that are better, but it's just that like it's good against those decks, and it just got multiple additions to it, so it's going to be super powerful. I think it's the Death Rattle Hunter. There's going to be 2 different versions. There's going to be like a more mid-rangey one, and then like a controlling one that's more greedy. And both of those I think are going to be the best decks in the game. And then I built a mid-range Hunter deck too, because they added a lot of mid-range Hunter cards between these and the neutrals. So mid-range Hunter I think is going to be really good, not just because they got a bunch of support like this card and stuff, but they also got we get the neutral reset the game or stall the game card, this guy. So like against combo decks, you can live an extra 5 turns, and that's going to be enough for a mid-range Hunter just to blow you out. So yeah, the Hunter got the most love this set, and some crazy powerful stuff here, and even like cards that even like Spell Hunter or Secret Hunter, those decks also got buffs. So like I think almost every Hunter, they're like the opposite of Druid. Druid's almost like all their cards are bad or just okay. These are all like super good or like at the worst good. Maybe there's like a couple that are okay, like this one, not one. But yeah, so let's start off with Zul'jin, 10 mana. He's the hero, new hero card of the set. 10 mana. You get the 5 armor, battle cry, cast all spells you played this game. So this one's gonna go in your Spell Hunter or Secret Hunter. Like both of those, like you play in the Secret Hunter, it's just gonna Christmas tree up your board. Just that alone is arguably worth 10 mana. Like it depends on the matchup, but I mean that's not all. You're gonna get all your other spells and the hero power, which is you can hit 2 damage to anything instead of just a face. And then it's not like you can't you can after this you can still play Deathstalker Rexar, which is probably the better like end game hero power. So you might want to save Rexar for that. But the reason why this effect, like people are like, oh, like yeah, I've seen this before in Yogg, in Tess and stuff like. But this effect's way better in Hunter because most of the Hunter spells fill the board with minions. Like the Spellstone fills them with 3/3s. So, you get secrets. Those aren't gonna get procced. Like a lot of the time, the problem with these ones that just summon like randomly targets chosen randomly is that like you'll end up like wiping your own board too or doing damage to yourself. But in general, with the hunter spells, they don't target stuff, so they either just summon stuff straight up and like Animal Companion, you could summon Huffer and all that, or they just like they summon secrets, especially in the decks you're playing. So yeah, in Secret Hunter, you fill up your deck, you refill it with secrets and fill the board with 3/3s. And in Spell Hunter, you shoot a bunch of random shit and get some secrets and fill the board with 3/3s. And like at worst, you clear the board probably, or don't hurt the other guy and you hit your own stuff, but you still have a bunch of 3/3s left over. So yeah, I think this is I think it's like a 4-star, 4.5 star. It's really strong, but it's not like super insane. It's just like a really good solid card. It's 10 mana, so like if you get what you pay for, so like or you pay what you get. It's like it's actually worth 10 mana, but it's not like you it's a huge swing in the game, but you have to get to 10 mana, and it's not like compared to some of these other ridiculous cards in the game right now, it's not like the most broken card. That's why it's not a 5-star. This, however, this I think is a 5-star. Like this is like so good in mid-range hunter. It's so good you might even want to put it in Death Rattle Hunter. There's some Death Rattle Hunter is actually just so strong you don't have room for it. Like I don't think, but you could, and it wouldn't be terrible to put in there. I mean, it would lower your chances of summoning some of the Death Rattle stuff. That's why you don't want it in there. But it's a 5-mana 3/2 beast. Halazi the Lynx. Battle Cry, fill your hand with 1/1 Lynxes that have Rush. And I'm like, so they're 1 mana, right? Yeah, it doesn't say. I'm like more. It's almost guaranteed that they're 1 mana. That's just the way things work in Hearthstone. But so like basically, it's like it's like Unleash the Hounds. You get like a full Unleash the Hounds, even if they don't have a full board. So you can pepper them out as you need them, and yeah, they could synergize with cards that buff other beasts, like Houndmaster. So you could just like on the next turn you can Houndmaster and 1 Lynx, and like so you can rush in for a 3/3, and it's not that expensive for the extra value you're getting. It's not that expensive, and like again, like Hunter has a card draw problem, which in this expansion, that problem is getting like almost entirely fixed with cards like these two. Like in mid-range Hunter, that's its one weakness is it runs out of card draw, and then you're just kind of top decking towards the later half of the game, and you just got to hope you get the right finishers. But now you can get a whole hand of extra cards like this. You could get an extra card here. Yeah, and this is a beast too. Yeah, it's a really good card. So Master, since I'm talking about mid-range hunter, I'll just talk about all the regular mid-range hunter cards at once. Actually, Master's Call is one of them, but so 3 mana discovery minion in your deck. If all three are beasts, draw them. This card is, if you build your deck around it, it's super powerful. But the problem with it is the way you have to build your deck around it is so you basically do have to do all or almost all. To be safe, you want to do all beasts as all your minions. And there's a lot of good non-minions, especially like you're gonna probably be playing this in a mid-range deck, right? But if you're playing a mid-range deck, you definitely want this in here. And there's some other non-beast mid-range minions, like Houndmaster's not a beast himself, and you want him in your mid-range deck. So you're gonna have to cut out some of your best mid-range cards in order to put this in, and it will make it's an insane card in Hunter. Like again, I said their weakness is card draw, and it gives them a ton of card draw, and it's drawing specific cards. But it's not worth the cost. Like it's got a lot of potential in the future. Like who knows what's going to come out, but it's also going to take a dip in power in 4 months because a lot of beasts are getting rotated out. But that could also, in a way, could be a buff because then you're like, oh well, now I like have a lot less cards to deal with, so maybe I put this in and add some more beasts. But yeah, I think it's a little too situational. So I actually think this is like 2.5 stars. And then beast with attacks. This can go in a bunch of different decks. This is a really strong card. The Beast Within. I actually forgot to put this in my Death Rattle. I think it's probably the best in Death Rattle, but then Death Rattle Hunter has so many sick cards that you can cut this because it's like, but then like I don't know, it's like really a choice. Like it's hard to make it because there's just too many good cards in Death Rattle Hunter. But yeah, 1 mana Beast Within, give a friendly beast +1/+1, then it attacks a random enemy minion. And so basically it's like a whirlwind, and half the whirlwind has rush. And you can actually attack before or after with the minion. Like this doesn't count as your attack, so you can like it would be good even if you had to attack first and then you got a second attack, but you can even choose the order you attack, use your actual attack in with. That's what Peter Whalen said in like when they showed this off. So that means you can trigger a death rattle first or trade and then trigger the death rattle, like stuff like that. And I mean, yeah, it's just really strong. On the big, any of the big beasts you get, like you could have like a Devilsaur or something, or like yeah, so you have a Devilsaur down on the board, you attack in, or you had just summoned it, you attack in with it for 7, and then you hit this again, and then attack a random enemy to clear it off. And with the it's the strongest in Death Rattle because you say if you have a Hyman, you attack their face for 6, then you hit this, and then you trade in, and you get the 2 things. Or if it's like the the cube, you have a cube, you can attack and kill 1 minion and hit it again and kill another minion and pop your egg or your double thing, and it'll pop the dinosaurs. Or you could do the other way around. You could pop out the 2 7/7s that you ate, and then you could hit this, and then the 2 7/7s will attack minions and clear the board. It's just really strong. I think this is I want to say 5 stars, but because it's the best in Death Rattle and there's so many good cards already, like just to get the consistent sticky huge boards in that deck, you might not be able to fit this in. I'll say 4.5 stars. And then Bloodsail Strategist, 3 mana 2/4 Battlecry. If you have a weapon equipped, discover a spell. So this is a great mid-range hunter card. This is like like again, it's free card draw and it's discover a spell, so you might get like an extra kill command if you're going more aggressive. Get a a removal. Hunter has got a lot of removal cards, so you might get a deadly shot, Hunter's Mark, if you need that for defensively. Uh, Flanking strike. You could, yeah. Generally, like out of 3 spell in a mid-range Hunter deck, if you get 3 options of Hunter spells, one of them is probably going to be something you want. And its extra cards helps you like fill out your turns later on and keep your hand full in the mid game. So as real solid 4 stars. Spirit of the Lynx, 3 mana, 0/3 stealth for 1 turn. Whenever you summon a beast, give it 1/1. This is probably the weakest card of. I don't know. It has a lot of potential, but again, like Death Rattle Hunter, half the cards aren't beasts, and then you're not summoning minions quickly until later, and then like you're like, yeah, it doesn't have room in the deck that good, and in mid range, it's just like the tempo loss is too bad, and then again, like in aggro, it's gonna be the best in like a spammy aggro deck that has a lot of stuff like this, but again, you're losing a lot of tempo in that, and like in aggro hunter, you want to be like putting in damage real quick early on as fast as you can, and you're not going to be winning board control, so giving the minions +1/+1 is probably not worth it. Like one of the best uses is going to be like comboing it on turn 6 with Unleash the Hounds. You turn all the hounds into 2/2s. That's a pretty good combo. So it's going to be meta dependent. This card is not bad. It's just like Hunter just got so many sick cards, and that this will mostly see play only in certain metas. So I think it's like a 2 star. Revenge of the Wild, summon your beast that died this turn. This card is just insane too. This combos with well, any like you could just trade your beasts and then play this, and it's cheap, and you can still play another turn. You can play any rush minions, trade them in, stuff like this. Stuff like you played this Halzeal, right? You could play this turn 5. The next turn, trade in. You probably have like a couple cannons in your or cards in your hand already, right? So you probably have about like 7 of these lynxes in your hand if you played this on curve, and you could trade in all of those and then resummon them then in the same turn with this. But yeah, even more powerful, you do plays like the Death Rattle beast minions that are the minions that you kill off with like by eating them with the cube or trading them in afterwards. Then you summon like multiple 7/7s, uh, or but the strongest possible thing you can do, the dream is you Flark's Boomzooka, which is the one that draws 3 random minions from your deck, gives them like attack 3 random minions, and then they die, and then you bring them back to life. And then you can also combo it with Undasta, summon a random beast from your hand, overkill, so he can like summon one in, trade it off to one of their big minions. Um, yeah, like high mains go good in combination with all that, and like Undertaker, he could get high mains effects, and then summon more hyenas. I mean, you can yeah, you could get some crazy stuff. You can bring so this is battle cry. And Undasta is a beast, so Undasta can come back. So it has rush, right? So you could kill off. You could play Undasta, get like a high main, kill it off, or no, get like a devil sore. Like probably the biggest burst you get one turn is you get it, play Undasta, you pull a devil sore, right? And then the next turn you kill them off, or even and then you summon both of them back. And then they has overkill, so you could summon another thing, and you can attack to the face with Undasta and the Devil Sore for 14, or you could do the other way. Like yeah, I mean you have a lot of different options with those combos on that deck. But even with like there's the egg. Like even if you only use it with so this is going to be going in the Death Rattle Hunter, the Scarab Egg. So this has got 3/1/1 Scarabs on turn 2, right? So you could proc on turn 3 if you want to go like aggressive or something like that. You want to like use like the 1 mana Death Rattle proc, and then you can like get your beasts going early, like your 1/1s, or use the Terrascale Stalker to trigger it, and there's all those, and then you can just like even if you can only get like 3 1/1s back off of this, or a couple 1/1s, the 2 1/1s probably isn't worth it, but 3 1/1s and maybe one other beast that you have down, like yeah, I don't know, it's just a really strong versatile card. You can use it early game, you can use it late game. It can go in pretty much any. It can go in Aggro Hunter, Midrange Hunter, or Death Rattle Hunter. I think yeah, this is 5 stars. Yeah, I rambled there a bit because there's just so many. There's so many possibilities going on that they're all like hitting my mind at once, and like I'm like trying to get them all out because there's so much you can do with it. Baited Arrow, 5 mana, deal 3 damage, overkill, summon a 5/5 Devil Sore. I think this is overrated. People are getting baited, but it's still good because I mean, you could look at it as yeah for what it does. Like this value wise, I think that's why people are getting baited. Like value wise, it's really good, but in Hunter, like in like these current decks, like there's just not room for that. Like that's a little slow, and like the deal 3 damage, that means they have to have 2 health out on turn 5. So you're gonna have to trade something else and shoot it with this to kill it, and then you get a 5/5, which is just compared to some of the other stuff you can do on turn 5 and 6 in Hunter. Like that's a weak turn. So I think that's a 2-star. Hunter's Hatchet, 2 mana, 2/2 battlecry. If you control a beast, gain +1 durability. Yeah, I mean you have half your cards in all your decks are going to be beasts, so you're pretty commonly going to have this be a 2/3. And 2 mana, 2/3 weapon, that's real good. Not insane. So I was thinking like 3.5 stars. Okay, so Spring Paw, 1 mana, 1/1 beast, rush, battlecry, add a 1/1 links to your hand. This one's just it's good, but it's not like there's just so many good things going around with Hunter in this set, and now overall, like I don't think there's room for this in any deck. If there is an aggro Hunter like that, it would go in there, but mostly this is just like another buff to Deathstalker Rexar, which it didn't need. Deathstalker Rexar needs nerfs, not buffs. They should have made this. They should have. I don't know. Like I guess it would have been like a worse alley cat, so they couldn't. They didn't want to make the links not have rush, but I mean it's completely fair, but it's just like you get 2 rush minions. So, I mean maybe it's not. It's like that. That's good, but then they both cost 1, so it's 2 a 1 mana 1/1 with Rush Beast and another 1 mana 1/1 with Rush. Like you're having like 1 mana 2/3s in this set and crazy powerful cards. This is just it's like a good card normally. It'll go up to like a solid 3.5 like next expansion, but right now it's probably like a 2. Mage, going on to Mage, which is a little tricky to evaluate. Like overall, I think obviously like big spell Mage and got like a bunch of additions and so it could be one of the better decks. And then so we got just straight like there's a tempo elemental mage I made. I wanted to test that out and it looks real strong. I think it actually looks better than the odd mage, which is the obvious thing. Like a lot of these cards, like you want to get this going, and like the odd mage kind of synergizes better with it than just like going all in ham on like this like spirit and all that. So I think if you want to get the Geneli Dragonhawk up and running, then odd mage is the best way to go. And it looks like a decent deck. It looks like it's weaker than I thought it would be when I built it. That's why I did the theory crafting first, because like I thought it was going to be really strong because you're going to get this pretty quick. Get this online, and then like you can fight for the board with your hero power very well, especially with this. But it doesn't have a lot of staying power. Like so like it's going to be good against some mid-range decks and like aggro decks, but it's going to be really bad against control-y decks and combo decks. Because like one of the bad things about it is obviously it's odd, so you can't include the new neutral that sets all the mana back to 5. Well, let's leave this up since I keep scrolling down. Like these 3 are the big players in the set, and then this one's good too, or can be good if you build. It's a build around. Yeah, so I mean you can't have this guy because he's 6, and then so yeah, it's like I'm happy with the direction Mage has gone. Like I hate like the super aggro, but although like the tempo version I made is pretty aggressive, I can bring that list up. Yeah, actually I don't even really need to bring the list up to tell you that it's like mostly thanks to this guy. This is a really good card. Actually, I'll just talk about this one first. So Elemental Evocation. Yeah, I could be zooming in on these cards too. The reason why I don't is because like with the sets, it's nice to see the whole set all at the same time, so you can kind of like talk about them in groups. Because most of them, you either have like 2 or 3 cards, like most of the set, or like 2 or 3, 4, 5 cards that all go together, and then the other ones kind of go together. So I'd rather just have it like this. I mean, you can click on Hearthstone if you want, if you're like saying like, oh, I see. You obviously can see which ones I'm looking at. It's the dude that has his head on fire. If I'm talking about that, like if you can't see his name for some reason. But yeah, Elemental Evocation, 0 mana. Next elemental you play this turn costs 2 less. So this is Innervate, which it's pre-nerf Innervate, which is an insane card, but you can only use it on elementals. But that's fine because there's a lot of good elementals now, and that's enough in any class. Innervate is enough to build decks like around because it's so powerful. And some of the OP stuff you can do with this card is turn, depending on whether you have the coin or not. Like if you have the coin, turn 1 water elemental. That's a 3 mana 3/6 that freezes minions. Like how are you going to deal with a turn one water elemental. Like you're not. It's just gonna plow through all your minions. If you want to, you could start pounding the face with it. 3 attack every turn. If you don't have the coin, it's still turn two water elemental. That's crazy. You could turn three again, the same situation. Turn two or turn three. The elemental that's the 5/5 that discovers an element or that draws a card if you played an elemental last turn. You can play turn one. You can play the new 2/3/1 drop or any one drop, and Pyros in the same turn. So like you could get like a sick, powerful board out with just because of this, like some really strong stuff. And even if you don't like later on, you can use it to just like make those. You could do a Blaze Caller for 5 mana, and that's like one of the problems with Blaze Caller is that it's really powerful, but it's coming out on the turn that it comes out on. It tends to be to where like you like might have lost control the turn before, so you have to like clear the board, and because you did that, you couldn't play the elemental, so then it no longer has the synergy. But because of this, you get a lot more flexibility to play all of the cards, not just that one that have like if you played a elemental last turn, because then if you had to like use some spells to stall or clear, then you can reduce the cost of the elemental and still play it. So I think this is a 5-star card. And since I'm talking about tempo stuff and elemental stuff, I'll just go to the other tempo and elemental cards next, which is this one's good in tempo decks and odd. So 1 mana, 1/1, battle cry. Your next hero power this turn deals 2 more damage. So if not an odd mage, that's a 3 mana paying whenever you want it. Well, I mean you have to pay 1 mana. Yeah, so it's a 3 mana, deal 3 damage, and you get a 1/1 body left over. That's just good tempo, and that's just you can hit anything with that. So that's really good. And an odd mage, that's 4 damage. So it's like you're pinging plus frost building added together. So it's really good in odd mage. So I think it's a solid 4 stars. So what do we got? Another elemental. So 6 mana. 3/3 elemental, battlecry. If you played an elemental last turn, deal 3 damage to all their minions. So it's like a Duskbreaker for 2 more mana, but Duskbreaker was insane, has an insane value just because it's in Priest, and Priest has like worse regular base class cards, and Mage already has a lot of good AoE. So you're like, okay, well if Mage already has good AoE, why bother with this? Well, it's an elemental, so in the elemental decks, you get heal for 3 on all those damages you do. So that's one thing. So this can also heal you up in those decks. But then you also, it's like just because it's 6 mana, it doesn't mean it's still got a body too. So it's an AoE with a body, and it's an elemental. So it'll trigger your elementals in last turns. It procs those. So it has like in Mage, being an elemental is better than it being a dragon, and like, because I mean it could be like anything. It could be a dragon and stuff. It could have been a different card, but that's probably the best tag you want in Mage is being elemental. So yeah, it's definitely a good card. I think it goes in tempo or elemental mage and big spell mage, and it's also really good in big spell mage because you can replace some of your AoEs that's like, or like where before you didn't have as many AoEs because they have to be bigger spells, like the volcanic potion that just 2 mana 3 to everything. You can't have that in big spell mage because then you're gonna risk drawing that with your I'm blanking out the name, but the card that draws the spell and whatever mana it costs, it does that AoE to everything. So now you got an extra AoE to stall. So that's really good. I think that's a 3-star, 3.5 stars. It's like right in between 3 and 4 stars. And then let's see what this hero power. Target. So I'll skip that one for now. Is there any other? I think it's all minions overkill right now. Oh, so this is another big spell mage card. Blast Wave, 5 mana. Deal 2 damage to all minions. Overkill, add a random mage spell to your hand. So at 5 mana in that stage of the game, 2 damage isn't that much, but since you already have, like again, it's a more expensive spell, so it synergizes with the AOE, the Dragon Calls or Breath of the Dragon, whatever it's called. Fuck. But even if you only kill a couple of the minions out of the board, like say there's like 4, 5 minions, and you kill 2 or 3 of them, then that's 2 or 3 mage spells in a deck that you're like stalling and trying to get more value out of. So that's pretty good. And again, that's not like you're never going to play against token decks. There's going to be odd Paladin, so you're going to get like huge value off of it against that matchup. And they're going to be a deck that you really need to spam out spells and clear a lot over and over. So it's going to help a lot against them. And Token Druid, like I'm pretty sure Token Druid's going to be a thing. So it'll be really good in that matchup too. But again, in the matchups where it's not great, you're still drawing a couple spells and doing some. But yeah, it's not like a must-have spell. I think it's like a 3 stars. It's like really good in some matchups, really bad in some other matchups. Well, not it's never. I don't think it's ever really bad. It's just like not. It's just poor in some matchups. Because you're always doing like at minimum you're doing a bunch of damage. You're overpaying for AOE damage. That's not the end of the world. And then what else we got? This is a really good tempo card. Source. Wait, is that Scorch? Scorch. Wait, no, there's no. Is it Source or Scorch? That's not how you spell Scorch, right? I don't know. Looking dumb, but 4 mana, deal 4 damage to a minion. It costs 1 if you played an elemental last turn. So again, a lot of these decks you're already going to be playing a lot of elementals. So in those you do, like a lot of the time, like I made a tempo elemental deck that's got these. So you can like again you're going to get you're almost guaranteed going to have like a mid-range size elemental in the first couple turns, and then on top of that you'll have just played one. So this is 1 mana. So then you can clear whatever minion they're trying to fight the board with, even if it's like a 3 mana 3/4. You can clear it with this for 1 mana, and then play another 3 mana of your own or 2 mana creature, whatever you want. Play another spell. So yeah, I think this is a really good tempo card. I think it's a 4-star card, just because it's so good in tempo situations. You could maybe it's 3.5 just because like you don't really want it in. It won't make the cut in like a big spell mage because obviously it's too cheap, and then in a dragging out tempo kind of, or I mean a control-y elemental mage. Maybe you want to have more big value instead. But this might help you survive also, so it's still an option in those. So maybe like 3.5, 4 stars. It's close to 4-star. It's really really strong in tempo decks, but it's a little not. It's not. It's just very average in other decks. Then, so I skipped these two. I'll come back to these and then I'll do all these. I'll go backwards now. Spirit of Dragonhawk, 2 mana, 0/3 stealth for 1 turn. Your hero power also targets adjacent minions. I don't think like this is worth it. If it was an odd cost card, it would be insane because you could combo with this, and then in order for this to be like good, you have to combo it with a spell damage minion. Or I mean, not a spell damage minion. You have to combo it with like you have to combo it with this. So like it's like a 2-card combo for the same thing that like Shooting Star does with just a spell damage minion. I mean, that's also a 2-card combo, to be fair, but um, that also only cost like the spell damage minions, like some of the ones in Mage have like a decent body anyway, so you might just have them down. It's a bigger chance that you'll have them down, they'll survive. Then I don't know, and then like it'll attack afterwards. So it's those are decent bodies. This is a 0/3. You're gonna get this once maybe, and then it's open to be attacked by 0/3s, and you're gonna have to wait till turn 5 to play it if you want to like play it all in one turn, or you have to play this and wait and the next turn play it. But like Shooting Star, you can kind of play it all in the same turn. Yeah, I don't. I think it's just like really slow. It's supposed to meant to be comboed with this, so you're getting this off the line like a lot faster. But if you odd mage, you're already gonna get this off quick. And in a big spell mage or a slower elemental mage, you don't need to get this off quick because honestly you'd almost rather have it after turn 9, because if you can play Jaina, then the Fire Lord that you get from it's gonna heal you for 8 too. So even if Rags hits the 1/1 token, you're gonna heal for 8, and like you're not trying to like kill them in one turn or blow them out early with Rags in those situations either. So yeah, you'd almost rather save him for when he's gonna heal you too. So he's like Light Lord, regular Rags at the same time. So actually, let me skip to this since I'm talking about it at the Jan'alai, the Dragonhawk 7-mana 4/4 beast battlecry. If you hero power, dealt 8 damage this game, summon Ragnaros the Fire Lord. And again, you're like in Odd Mage, you're gonna get that off twice as quick. You hit play this guy, it's really gonna boost that up. And this is meant to synergize with all that, but I don't think it's worth / needed. I didn't give this a star rating, so I think this is like a 1.5 stars. And this card's really strong though. Like that's the insane value. I think it's being a little overrated. Like Ragnaros is really good, but then you're just getting a 7-mana 4/4, and you have to have a condition. So it's basically like it's Ragnaros, but you have to have a condition for it, and then you just get a little bonus 4/4 at the end, like for having that condition. And like you could look at it as it's Rags, but now you have to have a condition to play him, and then you get a 4/4 because to have that condition, which is still like very strong. So I think this is like 4.5 stars. I don't think it's like a game-ending card. Like I like this is like, it sounds weird because I give this a 5-star, and this is like below. I think this is not a 5 stars, but it is like it's up. It's really strong. So it's like I think a 4.5 star. It's right in between 4 and 5. And then we'll go back down here then. 3-mana 3/4. Whenever your hero power kills a minion, draw a card. So yeah, and it's an odd card. So this is great in Odd Mage. You could play it on curve, and playing a 3-mana 3/4 on curve, it's probably gonna live. So you're probably gonna get to kill something off and draw a card. And if not, you got a 3-mana 3/4 on curve, so that's good tempo. Or you could save it for turn 5 and probably kill something off. Yeah, it's really strong in Odd Mage. Regular Mage, it's like if there's just like a regular tempo mage, like the minion mage, where you just play the 2-mana spell that draws cards. You have it in that deck. You might be able to get a card draw off, but it's not like you don't ever kill off minions. I don't know. Obviously against like Paladin maybe Shaman with their totems. Like you're gonna get if you value off of this just in a normal deck, but other than that, like you're probably only gonna get value off this in an odd mage. So because of that, it's kind of I feel it's a little restricted. So I think it's just like a 3 star, 3.5 stars because it's really strong on odd mage, but not like insane or anything. You still probably only gonna draw one card, but a 3 mana 3/4 draw card is pretty good. Okay, I got splitting image secret. When one of your minions is attacked, summon a copy of it. The thing I don't like about this secret is that it's when your minions are attacked, so it doesn't. If a spell hits them, that doesn't trigger it. And at around that time of the game, like one cheap spell can remove a minion. So if you say you put it to defend this, like then this could kill it, and then but it doesn't proc that, and then like now you have to play like you might play this now, and then no, that's the one that gets traded, or like this comes back, or that might come back and something. I don't know. Like I don't think it's that good of a secret on like it's not good tempo wise because it has a good chance of not getting procced for a long time, and I mean you can do some tricky stuff where you play it at the right time and then like the rags that gets popped out of this comes back or something. That would be like a dream scenario or and the upside is that it's when it's attacked, it's not like it doesn't have to die, which is some of the other cards. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sold on it. I think some of the other secrets are better, like counter. I think counter spell is better, and I think like the deal the deal damage to your minion. The one that damages your minion. It's so hard to remember all the names of everything off the fly. Um, yeah, so I just think this is like a 2 star. And so the only one left in Mage, this is the only card I haven't talked about, is the Hexalord Malakras, 8 mana 5/5 battle cry. Add a copy of the opening hand of your opening hand to your hand, except this card. That's so you don't loop infinitely. Uh, it's really good value. Obviously, you're gonna get 3 or 4 cards, and they're cards obviously, and you put in your deck, so you want them. But the thing that it's a little bit anti synergistic because the cards you want to keep in your opening hands are cards you want to play early. So like they're good in the early game and they're cheap cards. But by the time you get to the late game, which is when you're going to be playing this card, you want like bigger, stronger cards. So you're not going to be getting those cards. Like you can be getting them, but like ideally in your the ideal opening hand for you, you wouldn't get any of the cards you wanted really. But I mean, you don't always have the ideal hand. Like usually, like some or half your cards are the later cards that you're like, damn, I got like my I got my Dragon Hawk in my opening hand. Now it's just a dead card for like 7, 8 turns, and so it has like a chance of having insane value, but it also has a higher chance of having giving you cards that aren't that good. But even if you draw like 3 opening hand cards for 8 mana and a 5/5 body, that's probably like that's worth your value. It's just not like it's more like you're breaking even. Like if you get like this guy, if you got like these 2 guys, like I mean that's good to have like an elemental cheaper. I don't know. Like if you got like Source and this guy, these are opening hand cards. It would be okay. So it's good, but not like yeah. I think it's too anti-synergistic to be like a very good card. I think it's only like a 3 stars, but I really like the design of it. It's one I want to play. It sounds like a lot of fun. I mean, it gives you a chance to get extra legendaries. You could also like the thing about it. Maybe I'll give it 3.5 stars because depending on the matchup, like if you see like oh they're like so it's like let's pretend like Taunt Druid is like the only Druid being played like and you're like you run into Druid and you're like oh it's Taunt Druid so I have like plenty of time so I can actually get opening I could keep my Dragon Hawk so and I'll get 2 of those and then because you have this card so you can make sure you get extra big cards so like if you know the matchups it becomes a lot better then. So yeah, I'll give it like 3.5. I don't quite think it's like a 4 star card. Um, all right, moving on to Paladin. I thought Paladin was gonna be like super good because they got so many good cards, but all their cards they got are supporting a really bad archetype that, or it was really bad before. It's not really bad now, but I tried to build it and like the heal Paladin, control Paladin type, like the heal type. Like there might be a mid-range one, so I can't like judge for sure. But I'd say because I like heal Paladin's like one of my favorite deck types. So the problem with it is like you want there's about like 40 cards you want in this deck. Like you really want like all 40 of them. And then but you can only have 30 cards in the deck, of course. So you have to like cut a lot of cards you really want in the deck. So I think it's like a little bit on the deck's not weak, but compared to Malagos Druid, Taunt Druid, even Warlock, what the Pirate Warrior that's going to be out, Death Rattle on it. Compared to those decks, it's weak, I think, but it might be, it might be able to survive. If you draw right, you can beat them. But I think it's like at best a tier 2 deck. That's like basically what most of these cards are revolving around. Um, but they got a lot of really good stuff, like lot of really fun stuff, like original stuff. I like it. Shrivala the Tiger, 25 mana, 7/5 beast, Divine Shield, Rush, Lifesteal. Cost 1 less for each mana you've spent on spells. So like the way it works out to be is like by the time you play this, you're probably going to have played enough mana to play it on around turn 7 or 8, like on most Paladin decks, except for maybe like an odd Paladin. And so that makes it pretty good. Like as a 7 or 8 mana, 7/5 with Divine Shield, Rush, Lifesteal, that's actually, I guess, good value. So it's just like a good, solid card. I like very solid card. I think it's like a 3.5, 4 star card. High Priestess Thekal, 3 mana, 3/4, Battlecry, convert all but one of your heroes' health into armor. So this is one of my favorite cards of the set, of the whole year, because it makes it so you can finally play like a control Paladin deck and not get killed instantly by combo decks, because you can, even if you've taken some damage, let's say like by the time you play this, even if you took like, well, against a combo deck, they probably only like maybe like 5, 6 damage. You're still going to get like 26, 25, 24 armor. And then you can heal up above that. So you can heal up, almost up to 60. Again, of course, by the time you heal up your health full, your armor is going to be dropped like another 10, 15 points, maybe. Let's say like on the big side, 10, 15 points. So, but then you're still going to be at about 40 health, which is enough to be out of most combo decks ranges. And that's gonna give you that alone will give you a couple extra turns than you normally would have, maybe even enough to seal the game. And then you add the Mojo Master on top of that, and then you get an extra 5 turns because you're resetting the mana crystals to 5, and all that plus all these new cards they're getting like this, a lot of good heal cards, a lot of stall cards. It's like in theory, yeah, it's a really good. What's up, Kevin? Yeah, I was just reviewing all the cards, talking about the Paladin ones. Yeah, and so in theory, like it sounds like okay, wow, like heal Paladin's in a really good spot, and they're gonna be like able to compete with all those decks. But again, like I tried to build the deck, and you have to cut out. There's just so many. Like you want like 40 cards, and you feel like you can't cut any of them, and then so you have to cut at what feels like key components of the deck, or what would be the best version of the deck, and then or you can pick different versions. You can make it more mid-rangey, more controlly, but like it feels like you're short cards when you build it, and it's a little weak. But on their own, all these cards are actually a lot are really strong. So we'll see how it plays out. I hope I'm wrong with that because it'll be like one of my favorite deck types. So yeah, I think this is I think there's a 5-star card. Oh, I could say 4-star card because it's insane against combo decks and gives you extra healing against like some mid-range decks, but it's not like this isn't gonna win you the game or anything. So I can't say it's a 5-star card. So I'll say 4 stars on this. New challenger, 7 mana, discover 6 mana minion, summon it with taunt and divine shield. This is just like a real solid value. There's a lot of minions at 6 mana. If you give them taunt and divine shield, like are suddenly like they go from being like bad cards to like really good cards, and or good cards to just even better cards. Like even like a Boulder Fist Ogre, 6 mana, 6/7. That's like a bad card. But then with Taunt and Divine Shield for 7 mana, that's a really good card. So like, and you can discover it too. So like the chances are like one of them is going to be pretty good. So this is definitely a good card. But like as I was just saying, like you already on a lot of these Paladin decks, like because you're clear, it's a lot of it too is because your clears are combo oriented. You don't have room for a card like this that's just good. So like it drops in value a little bit. So I think it's like a 3-star card. It should be like value wise, it's like a 4-star card, but it's like because there's not room for that because you have to have like other things in your deck. It's like a 3-star card. Immortal Prelate. Prelate. I don't even know how to say it. It's not Prelate. I know that. I know that's the wrong one. Prelate. 2 mana. It's almost the same art. It's the same dude. He's got like, is that like a classic hero in WoW? You should know this, Kevin. This whole expansion is from that arena from, it's like one of the earlier WoW expansions, like all the, it's like the troll themed one. Rastakhan, it's like that. I forgot the name of the arena. It might be Rastakhan's arena. I don't know. I didn't play WoW, so. But yeah, this is definitely the same dude. He's wearing the same exact clothes, and he's in the almost same pose. But anyway, 2 mana, 1/3 Death Rattle. Shuffle this into your deck. It keeps any enhancement or any enchantments. So that's like a really good card. Most of the cards like this, it's like you just get the card back, or the cards go into your the buff cards go into your hand. Stuff like this is like, like the Astegodon buff will go on to this. And then, yeah, Blessings of Kings. And then it'll just be only 2 mana for that stuff. Like a 2 mana state, like, with 2 mana Blessings of Kings with an extra 1/3. Like, that's really good. Like, so it's like a really good value card. This one will to go in the mid range decks for sure. But I mean, it's obviously it's like super weak to silence because then yeah, Spike Ridge Steed is what I meant, not Stigadon. Like Stigadon's like the minion that comes out of the taunt, but yeah, putting a Spike Ridge Steed is already like a juicy silence, and you put it on this, then you're like turning the Spike Ridge Steed into a 2 mana one, like just into a 1/3. Like that's pretty brutal. And if you stack multiple, it's like you want to stack multiple things on this because then the minion that comes back is gonna be insane. But it's like yeah, silence just completely destroys it. So and like this like discourages you from splitting up your like buffs because it's like man, but if I put it on this, I could get it back already put on a minion for 2 mana. So because it's so weak to silence, I'm gonna say 3 stars. Um, Feraki Battle Axe, 5 mana 3/3 overkill. Give a minion in your hand 2+2/+2. Uh, I think this is actually pretty. I think overkill is being underrated in general by people, just because it's way easier to pull off than people think, and a lot of people don't understand that. Like, um, if a minion, this is just for the weapon, but the weapons are even better with overkill for because like one you can get it multiple times, guarantee, like like you get 3 chances to get it, but uh, the minions are even better than people think because the minion doesn't have to live for the overkill bonus to come out. Like if a minion has like 1 health and like say it's like it's now it's like it was like a 4/5, but now it's like a 4/1, and it attacks into a 1/1. It'll and it dies. It'll still get the overkill effect. So like overkill is actually easier to pull off with minions than I think people realize. And uh, obviously with weapons, they can't kill off the weakness to overkill minions is that on their turn they can kill them off, but with the weapon they can't, other than weapon removal, which is like a lot rarer, they can't kill it off. So your overkill effects are going to go off more. So I think this is actually pretty good, but I think this weapon's a lot better, and this is competing with True Silver, with the legendary weapon that buffs your minions, with it, Tyrion's thing coming out, Uther, the Death Knight, and this is like a random minion in your hand. You don't get to choose, so I'd rather have like a buff effect where you get to choose the buff. So I don't know. It's like kind of overall, it's not that it's not like super strong. Like just because it's like what it's competing with is keeping it down, but it by itself is pretty good. So I was just say 2 stars just because of its competition. Um, Zandalari Templar, 4 mana, 4/4. If you restored 10 health this game, you gain 4/4 in taunt. So this one's definitely going in the healed-in deck. It's one of the bigger reasons to make that deck. But this one I actually think is overrated because the problem with it is in a mid-range deck you're gonna have less healing, so you're gonna pull off less consistency for one thing. So it's definitely coming out later, and like I guess it's okay. It's like an 8/8 later on in a mid-range deck is pretty good, but in the control decks, it's like people are kind of almost thinking it was like, oh, it's a 4 mana 8/8, like you're gonna play it on turn 4 and have an 8/8. It's like you're never gonna get that. It's always gonna be like closer to like turn 7 or 8. Like I calculated out based like, I mean, you could put more heal stuff in your deck, but on average, you're probably not going to get that 10 health heal until around turn 7 or 8. So it's basically when a giant would come down anyway. And I mean, the upside is it's only 4 mana, so you could also do something else. You could you could use another healing card, play a weapon and a heal, play timeout. And so you could set up like, okay, your hero's about to die. You can drop the 8/8, play the timeout, and you can like you can like set up a counter lethal, like stuff like that. So that's why it's still really good, but it's not as good. Like if people are acting like it's like a card you can play on turn 4 and get an 8/8, which is with taunt, and that's not the case. I mean, that's the other good thing about it is like it's not just an 8/8; it does have taunt, and yeah, so very doable in heal paladin. And mid range, you're gonna have to cut some of the healing spells for more of the minions and more aggression. So you're more like it's gonna be even longer before you get it out, and so it's it's less valuable then. But yeah, I think it's a good 3.5 stars. Spirit of the Tiger, 4 mana 0/3, stealth for 1 turn after you cast a spell, summon a tiger with stats equal to its cost. Okay, so like the wording on this is confusing. I didn't understand at first. Basically, the way it works is like, say if you played this spell, it will summon a 3/3. If you played a Lay on Hands, it'll summon an 8/8. So it's just like 2 mirrored stats of whatever cost the spell. This you play this card, it would be a 2/2. It'll summon out a 2/2. So yeah, I think it's a really good card for mid-range paladin, and again, it's like a card you'd think like you'd want to put in the control paladin because you're gonna have a lot of healing spells. You're gonna have like the Lay in Hands where you get an 8/8, but I don't think it quite. It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's like a card you want to put in there, but you don't have the room for it. So it's basically only going in mid-range paladin, and it's pretty good in there. You put like Spike Ridge Steed in there. You could play even paladin. Put in even paladin, like yeah, Blessings of Kings, Spike Ridge Steed. Get out some extra minions. But the thing is, it's a 4 mana 0/3, so you have to at least if you play one 4 mana spell, then you're breaking even because then you're getting a 4/4 plus a 0/3. But then even then, like so, like a 4 mana 4/7, that would be like pretty good stats like for the cost. But half of those stats you can attack without taking damage. So I don't know. Actually, so basically you have to have like a 5 mana worth of spells or better for it to like be worth it. So you got to play like 2 cheap spells or Spike Ridged, and like the Blessings of King. The Blessings of Kings is one where you can play because at least you could put the Blessings of Kings on the Spirited Tiger, so it'll be a 4/7 and the bodies won't be split. But if you don't put it on that and you want to put it on a different minion, then yeah, like it's like understated. So I think it's like a solid 3, a solid 3-star. So Timeout, that's just like a really good spell. It's Ice Block, but it's only going to be triggered the exact turn you play it. So it's not as good as Ice Block. It's a more balanced Ice Block basically, which is fair because it's not just going to be sitting around forever. You can't set it up way in advance. Like you have to like it's like it's a lot more skill testing because you have to like say like, okay, they're gonna lethal me next turn, so I have to play it. Or it's like, oh, no, it's definitely gonna be like 2 more turns next turn. Also, your hero is completely immune. So what I don't know is if immunity. I'm pretty sure you would live through a Mecha Cthulhu, but I'm not positive on that. So I want to test that out. Because like this would be yet another like resetting everyone's mana to 5 with let me get that out of here. Resetting everyone's mana to 5 with this guy will stall you. This will stall you. All the healing, of course, will stall you. But that against Mecha Cthulhu, right now Paladin doesn't have a way. Like just even if you heal up to 40 and all that, 50, 60. That's not going to stop you from instantly dying. The only thing that's going to stop you is resetting their mana to 5, putting random crap in their hands with some of these weird neutrals, and then maybe this. But again, I don't know if this because like the way Mechathune reads, it's just like it destroys both players. It doesn't specify. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you would live. But again, that would just delay them 1 turn. But yeah, it's a nice solid stall card. It's something I always wished I had before against combo decks when I was Paladin. It's like, wow, man, if I healed up once, all I have to do is like, if I could just only live like for one more turn and heal up. So yeah, it's like um, another like solid 3. It's like nothing like super good, but it helps you out for lets you live a turn. Maybe it is a 4-star because like it does like this class really like all these new cards and this new deck type like really benefit from knowing that you can like guaranteed live a turn if you play this. And we got Flash of Light, 2 mana, 4 health, draw a card. I just say like straight up, this is 4 stars. Like this is just super good value because like just drawing a card is valued at 2 mana, so you're getting your value there, and you get the extra 4 health, and it's like you pick what you heal, hero or minion, and ton of these new cards synergize with this, and existing cards synergize with restoring health. So yeah, that's just really good. This is probably going to be a 2 of in anything except for aggressive decks. Blood Claw, another really good weapon, or a really good card. 1 mana, 2/2, deal 5 damage to a hero. It sounds really bad, but this makes it so on turn 1, from the get-go, any of these cards that heal, now they can actually like benefit you immediately if you play this on turn 1. And then also a turn 1 2/2 weapon is really good. It kills like most stuff, and it kills most stuff that comes out on turn 2 even. And yeah, and like the deal 5 damage to yourself in a lot of these decks is like a benefit. And yeah, the only like downside is if someone's playing like pirate rogue or something, it's gonna be risky. But even then, you kind of break even because it's like if you kill a minion now to prevent it from hitting you repeatedly over and over again, or like and deal the like take the extra 5 damage, or let it hit you repeatedly. So then you kind of almost break even if you don't have the healing. But obviously, you're gonna have lots of healing cards. All right, Priest, my favorite class. This one is definitely by far the hardest to evaluate of all the classes. Like in general, actually, this set is easier to evaluate than any set in a long time. A part of that is like, again, because I said at the beginning, like when this releases, there'll be like more cards in the game than by far than there ever has been. Just because we'll have 2 full years of 335 card expansions in rotation. So that makes it so like weaker cards change, like average and weaker cards change the game less. It's only like the strong cards that like are really going to change it. So it makes it easier to figure out. But like these cards are all over the place, and again, just the way Priest is set up is like you don't really know how to evaluate things until like the meta starts shaking out, and like because the way they build their decks is a lot more versatile and a lot more like tricky and high level, and like it's built more around counterplay and trying to like figure out exactly the way like certain minions match up with other minions. And like they don't play straightforward. They don't. It's not like they play an aggro deck that just like spams all minions and just goes face, or like they just wait till the end and just slowly plop out big minions. Like the only deck they've ever had that's been like that is like when there was like a dragon priest deck that was just like you play your dragons on curve, and even then, because you had like the dragon operative, which took cards from the other people's decks, that like made every matchup like go differently almost every time. But yeah, so a lot of these, I might have to like skip a lot of the reviews on these cards because it's really hard to say, but some of them are obvious and some are. I'll start with Princess Talanji, 8 mana, 5/7 battlecry, summon all minions from your hand that didn't start in your deck. Yeah, I don't know. you're gonna have to like do a lot of steel cards, which is so slow to set this up. I guess like technically you can some of these other cards generate cards into your hand, but for those cards and even the cards you steal is the problem is like you want to be playing the best cards as soon as you can, and so you either got good cards and you played them already because you needed to or you wanted to because it's better to play stuff as soon as you can for the most part, or like they're bad cards so you're not playing them so you don't even care if you get them uh the minions like back or that you're summoning the minions. That's another thing too. It's just minions. So like if you like steal cards from their deck, if you get spells, like that doesn't help you out with this card. And it's just way too situational. I think this is a really bad card, which sucks again because priest is my favorite class. I don't see this as being anything but like a 1 star. I don't see this being playable in constructed or arena. Um, there's probably going to be some random thing where I'm wrong. Like if it's definitely a card though they can support in the future. I mean, like this card synergizes with it, but it's like that's only going to draw one minion, and you have to wait till like if you want something good like this, you're gonna have to wait till like way later. Yeah, I think it's just bad. Blonswandi the Dead, 7 mana, 7/7 battlecry. Draw 1 cost minions from your deck until your hand is full. So yeah, this is one where it's like it's so hard to evaluate, like because Priest is a deck that usually you can't like put a bunch of cheap minions in and spam them out, but like does this make it worth it? Like what about if you add this card in here? What about like some of the new neutrals? Like are there any like lots in one these ones all oh, this one's good, but it's like that's just one good one drop that's new. These guys aren't good. Like they both suck. Draw 1 cost. If you like shuffled cards into your deck, it seems like this is bad, but there's probably a way to really abuse this. It also actually, you know what? It does thin out your deck. If you put this in Mecha Cthulhu and then you put stuff like this, no, that puts it in your deck. You don't want to do that on Mecha Cthulhu. But I mean, this, okay, 1 mana, 0/3 Spirit of the Dead, stealth for 1 turn. After a friendly minion dies, shuffle a 1 cost copy of it. I mean, that's clearly the main thing it's meant to synergize with, but like, yeah, it's like, how good is this? It's so hard to figure this out. Like this isn't even something that where you could just build the priest deck and say like, oh yeah, that looks like it's good, or that no, that doesn't look like it's good. Like you really have to like play out this combination together to figure out if either of these are good, really, and then like you have to figure out like what cards are worth doing it. Like how are you going to set this up? What turn are you going to set it up on? Because even though it's a 1 man, it's not like you play this on one. You're probably going to wait till other stuff are down. Like you put this grave horror, you're going to get that down for really cheap, right? Maybe you could get this almost free. Like right when it's about to die, then you throw this down and then you like trade it in and now you got like a 1 cost copy in it. Like trade in other stuff. I don't know, like maybe you Duskbreaker and clear the whole board after you trade and then you get like weaken the board, then trade in minions and play this. I honestly don't know. This is like I usually don't ever do like no reviews on a card, so, but I'm gonna do like question mark stars on this one. Question mark stars. This one I'm leaning towards 1 or 2 stars, but I'm gonna put a question mark because there could be some broken stuff with it that I'm not thinking of. Because I got into with these reviews too. Like I don't go and like look at a bunch of I like browse comments as the cards are being reviewed, but then I like these are like all my own opinions, which is a lot more fun to figure it out on your own and then like give it on your actual own opinion instead of just like mimicking off like the opinion of a popular streamer or something. So I say I have no clue on these two. Surrender to Madness, 3 mana destroy 3 of your mana crystals. Give all minions in your deck +2/+2. Oh, but and also it's a good thing that there's some cards that I've done a lot of these reviews. I played the game at thousands of hours. I've gotten like top 10 legend rank. Like, so I know the game. It's just like, and the fact that there's cards that will still stump me. It's interesting to try to build. Like, that'll be like fun decks to try and see if this works or not. So anyway, Surrender to Madness, 3 mana, destroy 3 of your mana crystals, give all minions in your deck +2/+2. Obviously, there's like a strong effect, but then it's also so much tempo loss. But like, can you just maybe, is there a deck where you can like just play it later and then that won't be a big deal? Or like you you play this at turn 8 or later, preferably on turn 8, or I mean turn 9, and then you play this guy. Like, that would be a good combo because then you reset the mana crystals, both people's mana crystals to 5. So the fact that you just lost 3 means absolutely nothing. An 8 wouldn't be that late in the game to give all your guys +2/+2. Um, so I think that might actually be the best use for it. You wait till you have that guy and you play it in combo on turn 9, and then like playing that on turn 9 is not bad anyway because that means you're 1 turn away before combo druids start pound or combo decks pound you and kill you, or like by then like druids probably like had turn 10 mana and they're starting to draw cards, so then you could slow them down and buff your guys +2/+2. So I think this definitely has potential. I'm not sure. I'm gonna say it's 2 stars, not because it's bad. Like, 2 stars is a bad card, but because, and I'll say 2.5 stars. Like, I think it's in between bad and good, and like it could be really good, but I doubt it. I'm leaning towards it is just straight up bad because it's just too big of a sacrifice. But I mean, if you played 2 of these, man, if you played 2 in one game and all your minions have +4/+4, and then you can spell reduce Costas with Radiant Elemental 2. Yeah, it's really, there's another, yeah, again, it's just another hard card to evaluate. This card, however, is easy to evaluate. It's really good. Oknai Phantasm, 2 mana, 3/2, Battlecry. This turn, your healing effects deal damage instead. So it's Oknai Soul Priest for 2 less mana, and what you're like sacrificing for that in turn is like it has 3 less health, and the effect only goes off this turn. But that's actually the overall, that's a benefit. This is better than Oknai Soul Priest, I think, because most of the time with that card, the biggest thing you do it for is Oknai Circle of Healing in the same turn, and a lot of times you're doing that in matchups like Zoo, where it's like you really wish you could have had that out on turn 3 or 2, but you just don't have, like, obviously it's 4, so you gotta wait. And this, you can get it out early. That means you can have like a 4 damage AoE on turn 2. So if like there's like they're really setting up to, they're gonna punish you hard, you could do that early if you wanted to. You can combo with more things like in 1 turn. And like, again, most of the time with the Oknai Soul Priest, the damage healing you're only wanting for that turn or needing. Like, a lot of times it's like you want to Oknai Circle and wipe out the board, but then after that you want to be healing, so you don't even actually want the Oknai to stick around, and it does. Or like you want to Oknai clear and then heal, but maybe you have to do it in the other order. I mean, yeah, so like it's a way more flexible than Oknai, and then yeah, you can still do the same stuff. Now you can combo, like you can drop it and then heal, do like the attack for 2 with your hero power on the same turn on turn 4 to kill like a 2 or 3 drop, damage 3 drop, and then you have a 3/2 body. Yeah, I think this is a 4-star card. Grave Horror, 12 mana, 7/8 taunt, costs 1 less for each spell you cast this game. This is one of the strongest cards in the set. It's in Priest, so it's a little weaker because obviously like Priest gets shit on by Blizzard. But well, team 5. Um, yeah, so it's Arcane Giant, but instead of it sacrifices one attack in order to have taunt, which is way worth it for like a free giant. Um, I mean, it does suck that then like it won't kill another 8/8, but that's okay. It's a 1 damage. A lot of the spells can finish it off, or just literally any minion. And yeah, a priest already plays like a lot of spells. Like a lot of their decks are like it's like 66% spells. Those are like 2/3 spells as it is. And then some of these new deck types and like legendary minions seem like maybe you're gonna want to like spam out a lot of cheaper spells. So you're gonna want to have spells like this and like uh, put your like Lyra's gonna make a resurgence, and then you're gonna be like spamming out spells. Machine gun. I think machine gun priest is coming back. The So like the Shadow Reaper Anduin, he's making a comeback, and he's gonna fuck some shit up. That's my surprise prediction for this expansion is that Shadow Reaper Anduin, like machine gun priest, is coming back. This is gonna be part of it. This is gonna be part of it. This is gonna be you can copy this with this, and now like the thing that I don't know for sure is if you copy, like say this was 0 mana and you copy this, yeah, it should still be the one you copy should be 0 mana, right? Or is it like I'm not 100% positive on that though. Like that'll change like how powerful I think both of these cards are actually. Well, I know I think this is like a 4.5 star card either way, but this is changes in power level. I mean, this is just good, but it's a lot better if that brings it back to your hand and it's 0 no matter what, because like it still would be like right. You played that many that game, but then the card is just coming into your hand that turn, so maybe it resets and it's 12 mana because it's like, oh, this card just came into existence, and so it doesn't know it, to this card now. It thinks that you didn't play any spells yet this game, so there's a chance it could work to that. But I'm pretty sure if you copied this into your hand, that it would be 0 mana, and then you could just play it immediately. So it would be like a 2 mana 7/8 with taunt. And then with Shadow Visions, you get multiple copies of this. You could copy your minions multiple times. You could play this on Lyra. If you have Radiant Elemental, you copy it, you play the Lyra, you have it in your hand. So next turn, like you go off with the spells this turn, and then the next turn you play another Lyra, go off with more spells. So I think, or Machine Gun Priest with Shadow Reaper Anduin and Lyra and play. I think Lyra and Shadow Reaper Anduin are making big comebacks. And this card's part of it. This card's part of it. So I think this card's probably a 4 star, maybe a 5 star card. It's really strong. Seance, 2 mana, choose a minion, add a copy of it to your hand. It's mostly like this wouldn't be that crazy in other decks. I mean, there's obviously always ways to abuse. Actually, almost every deck has a way to abuse like a choose a minion, get a copy of it in your hand, like like Shudderwock, the rogues shuffling all kinds of stuff back in their deck. Warlocks. Yeah, I mean this kind of effect is just really good. Like it's the panda, but like when you can reduce, it's like okay, well why don't the pandas see a lot of play? Like, but even the pandas are like the worst version of it, the brewmasters, but and they come with a body, right? So you'd think it'd be worse, but this can be reduced to 1 or 0 very easily, like spell cost, and you can get more copies of it with stuff like Shadow Visions. So maybe not 5 star. I think it's like 4 stars. You get multiple Lyras, multiple of these guys. We're probably going to be. I'm 80% sure that if this was 0, that this means you get a 2 mana 7/8 taunt with this, and that alone is really good. But there's lots of crazy minions that you want to copy. there's like the guy from the last expansion. It's if you play the spell on this minion, like Death Rattle resummon this minion, so you could not only copy that minion into your hand, but then when he dies, he's going to come back because you played this on him. Like the Xeric Clone Master, I think that's his name. So that card is now a lot better because of this. Same with this, you could restore 3 health on him for 0. This card helps Priest. Again, since I'm kind of talking about conjunction, like this helps. It makes Lyra better. It makes Shadow Reaper Anduin better. 2 cards that are already really good. It makes yeah, you can use on Xeric. It makes that card better. You can combo it in the same turn with a lot of these cards. You can trade in heal, get extra healing. It reduces this. So like this on its own isn't that great, but like in the current card pool, this is like a 4-star card. So I'm positive that this is going to be good. I'm pretty sure this is going to be very good. This is definitely that's just good in any meta. Pretty much any meta. I mean, obviously, if we didn't have these new cards that reduced that hurt combo decks as much, then that's not as good because it doesn't matter if you have a 7/8 taunt if they just kill you in 1 turn. Yeah, Mass Hysteria, Gadgeton. 5 mana, force each minion to attack another random minion. And it was clarified that this only does legal minions, which means like if I did it to your board, like if these guys were up there on your side of the board, they can't attack each other. Oh wait, was this the one? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the one. There was another card almost exactly like this, and that it only attacks legal targets, which is like they can only attack a random minion. No wait, I think actually is this the one where they can attack each other? Maybe I'm wrong. You know, I can't even. Let's see. Let's click on it. If maybe it's in the chat, because this card's completely different rating depending on like how it works. Brawl, but it's actually Brawl. Force each minion to attack another. So this can take any minions attack or. Yeah, see, they don't know. Never mind. Just so the powerful but bad in certain limited situations. Yeah, it's definitely not better than Psychic Scream, so that's an issue there. Is like, why would you play that? I mean, if they're fatiguing, you'd rather not do it. It says force each minion, so you could probably end up with 6 fights. I know that it does work like that, where that's the one good thing about it. Either way, is that they attack. Like, let's see if they did attack just your minions. It's not like I guess then that wouldn't matter. Yeah, so I think it is. Yeah, they can attack each other, so that does make it better. Because like the reason why it's not as because normally you'd say like, oh, Brawl's just as the same cost, right? And that will kill it, guaranteed will kill all but 1 minion. I mean, Brawl's definitely still better, but why it's not that bad then? Because it would if you had like a 7/8 and an 8/8, the 8/8 say the 8/8 goes first or second, like the 7/7 might attack an 8/8, and then the 8/8 would be an 8/1, and it still attacks like a different minion. So like each minion attacks another minion. So like cumulatively, most of their board's probably going to be dead. even if like their attack is lower than their health. But there's a good chance that a bunch of their board could be left over, just weak and like really weak. And also another, it could if you have minions down, then they could be attacking your minions. Yeah, so I mean, it's weaker Brawl, but Brawl is super strong. So is it like how good is it? But then Priest has really good clear. Well, now they do. So like, wait, when is Psychic Scream? That came out this year, right? So it's still gonna. I'm pretty sure Psychic Scream came out in one of the expansions this year. This is like a card where like Priest always loses like they get hit heavy in every rotation because like their base set is the worst. So like this will be a lot better later when they'd have less clearing options. I know that, but for now I'd say it's 2 stars. I'll say it's just 2 stars because of that. Because Psychic Scream is way better clear. They've got Duskbreaker, which is really good, but then you have to do a Dragons package. But yeah, they've got this Ocni Circle and this Encircle. Pyro with like lots of cheap spells, so I don't. Yeah, it's definitely 2 stars. 1 mana Spirit of the Dead, 1 mana 0/3. Oh, this is the other reason saying like I'll give the question mark stars. 3 mana 3/3 Sand Dredge. Whenever you cast a spell, summon a 1/1 zombie with taunt. Whenever you cast a spell, summon a 1/1 zombie with taunt. Oh yeah, that's another one that synergizes with these cheap spells. This one's actually really good. I mean, it's like a Violet Teacher, but if just it's cheaper, and yeah, you sacrifice some health so it survives a little less, but like it doesn't. It survives more because the 1/1s have taunts, and that's a big deal. That's like a really annoying to get through, especially for like mid-range decks when you're just probably running like 3/4s, 5/6s, and into those 1/1 taunts. Like you might be able to clear some. If you get the clear, then you can clear it. But I mean, if you have the clear, you have the clear anyway. So like that's pretty good. And like Priest also doesn't have like it's like an earlier game thing, and you could combo it on the same turn with this. It's bad with this, right? Because then you get like those 1/1 zombies with taunts in your deck. So yeah, it goes well with these kind of things and a machine gun priest kind of thing. It stalls a little bit. I think it's like a very solid, yeah. And again, like priest doesn't have a lot of early game minions to play, so if you play it on turn three, like 3 mana 3/3 is not amazing, but it's not bad. So it might live. It may or may not live if you just played it on turn. If you play like a spell like this or Circle of Healing, it's almost definitely going to live. Yeah, I think it's 3.5 stars. All right, before I do Rogue, I gotta use the restroom. Take it. So I got Rogue, Shaman, Warlock, Warrior, and Neutral. We on Rogue. Rogue. Oh, I'll just get. I won't say anything about it until I get back. All right, back here. Rogue. Okay, so Rogue got a lot of different pirate synergy stuff. Kind of like some of it's like more mid-rangey, but most of it's in general it's kind of more aggro-y. Of course, it's pirates. This was the most upsetting part of the expansion to me, is that pirates are coming back and they are aggro too. At first, they gave us hope by saying like, oh no, they'd be like a little bit of a different deck because they released like more ones that were looking more expensive. But no, they released a bunch of aggro ones too, and with prep, even the spells that are supposedly like mid-range become cheap aggro spells. So yeah, I built this deck, and I built like a more. There's like like ways you could go. You get ultra aggressive, just try and like smork and do as much damage as quick as possible, which that could be the better way to go. I'm not sure, but I think like the better way is to go a little bit more towards the mid range. Still keep it more as an aggro deck, but have a little bit more top end, like you're including this um, and this thing in here with, and it seems really strong. It's probably going to be the answer to one, a lot of the combo decks without including some of the other new stuff and like to delete half the deck, all that kind of thing. But also, it's probably going to be what's going to fight against like Death Rattle Hunter and Mid Range Hunter. So I mean, I guess it keeps those in check. So it could be a cycle, but my least favorite decks are the just like the brainless aggro decks, and the most aggro decks are brainless. I mean, this one you mostly are just playing a bunch of pirates on curve and prepping out the pirate spells before curve, and it's really strong. What is there to say? So let's just get into it. Captain Hooktusk, 8 mana, 6/3 pirate. Summon 3 pirates from your deck, give them rush. That's just a really strong, good value, especially with a lot of these other cards that buff pirates. And you already have South Sea Captain that buffs pirates. So yeah, I mean you're saying 8 mana, 6/3, but the pirate, even if you get like 3 weak pirates, you're still getting value for your stats. And this is like your finisher if in both those decks. Like you play this, and that's like one last way to refill the board and draw cards. Like it's like you thin out your deck to get to the other finishers if you didn't already have them. You could maybe throw in Leroy on the more aggressive one, and if you didn't already draw him, now that you get it closer. Yeah, it's a good card. I think it's like 4 stars. Grawl the Shar. Actually, I'll just do all the pirates at once. So Cannon Barrage, 6 mana, deal 3 damage to random enemy minion. Random enemy, not minion. So any enemy. So this could be face. Repeat for each pirate you have. So I'm pretty sure with this deck you can flood pirates faster than you ever could before, or like in bigger numbers at a quicker rate than you could before. So even in previous pirate decks, you'd often have like a few pirates on the board at once. But this one, you'll have at least a few at once. So even if you only had 3, hell, even if you had 2 at 6 mana, you're breaking even. And if you have 3, that's 9 damage. If you cleared their board beforehand, or if you already traded, because this is enemies too, it's just not. You would expect this spell this good to be like only like random, like just all minions, and like you could hit your own guys or just minions. But this could be hit the face. It could hit, and it can only hit other enemies, and it can also hit the face. So even if you only have 3 pirates, which is completely reasonable. This is 6 mana, deal 9 face damage, or 6 mana, just deal 9 damage to the enemy. But on top of that, this is rogue, right? So you can prep this out, and it only costs 3 mana. So you could have, it's very reasonable to have a 3 mana deal 9 damage split 3 ways, so you could like kill enemies off slash face or go all face. And if you get the dream scenario, you could have more pirates than that. It's not going to be you're not it's you're gonna see it. You're gonna have like a board of about 4 to 6 pirates, and so like what is that? You have 12 to 18 damage with one spell. That's just with this spell. That's not even counting all this other crap that's like going crazy on people. Drawing 2 pirates from your deck, combo and a weapon. Rush, pirates with rush. You still got the South Sea. You still got the same pirate package you had before. That's pretty strong, like the base pirate package with South Sea captains, South Sea deckhands, cold bloods, and then guess what? All those pirates that were just average and before, now you can give them rush with serrated tooth. And there's a 1 mana 1/3. This is like a 4.5 star, maybe 5 star. I'd say 4, like 4 or 4.5 star card. Because on the thing about, oh, so I didn't even give this a rating. I think this is also, I'll say 4.5 stars, maybe even 5 stars. And then this is 4.5 stars. Like you turn 1, now your weapon your dagger instead of costing 2, it costs 1, and as soon as the next turn, if you want to, you can break it and give your minions a rush. Of course, on the next turn, then you wouldn't be able to play a minion unless they're like free, but which you could do if you save the coin. You could blade up the buff up the South Sea deckhand. No, the Dread Corsair, make them free. But yeah, most likely though, you attack again. You play like 1 or 2 pirates on turn 2. Probably South Sea deckhand, so it already has charge. And on turn 3, you have your 3 mana pirates, like your Nightmare Amalgam. That's a 3/4, or multiple ones like this. This guy got buffed up, like 2 of these guys. This guy and 2 1/1s, and if they didn't already have rush like this, then you can either like swing the weapon and to finish it off if it's turn 3, or you could just break it by hero powering too. You could play like this guy and here he has rush, so you play like there's a neutral pirate because it wasn't just all the pirates aren't just rogue. There's also a couple neutral ones where. Why isn't it in order? Oh yeah, Shark Fin Fan. After you hear attack, summon a 1/1 pirate. So this guy and the pirate. So you're attacking. I don't know the exact order if the 1/1 pirate will get rush or not, but for sure this guy will get rush after your hero. So it should technically, if it was the charge that broke him. Of course, you could swing in. And that'll summon the 1/1, and then you could summon the new weapon, and then that 1/1 would also get charge. The point is, this is just really good, especially in Rogue. And yeah, so I think, oh yeah, so this will be one neutral. I'll jump ahead and rate now since I'm just rating all the pirates. I think there's one more pirate related neutral. Oh yeah, this one. Overkill, 4 mana 5/3 overkill, draw 2 cards. That's really good. But as far as the aggressive pirate decks, I don't know if that makes the cut because it dies a little too easy for the cost. But then you do draw 2 cards. So I didn't put it in mine, but maybe I'll rebuild it and change it. So I think that one is a 3-star just because of Pirate Rogue. Otherwise, it would be probably like a 2-star. I know, but then you always draw 2 cards, and some classes really have trouble with that. So maybe it's just straight up a 3-star. And then the Shark Fin Fan, 2 mana 2/2. After your hero attack, summon a 1/1 pirate. That one's just really good. That's like 4 stars. This is good in like any aggro deck, not even just pirate decks. Well, any aggro decks that have weapons anyway, which is most of, like all of them except for Warlock, right? So like uh odd odd paladin, even paladin, pirate warrior, tempo rogue, odd rogue, hunter. Yeah, all those have weapons. When there are aggro like pirate warriors. Yeah, so basically every aggro deck except for Warlock has weapons. So like this is good in all those except for Warlock. So it's 4 stars. Um, and then this pirate, Bloodsail Howler, two mana, 1/1 pirate, gain +1/1. It's got rush and it gains +1/+1 for each pirate you control. It would be a lot more balanced if it didn't have rush. It would already be good if you didn't have rush, it would still be good. But now you get rush, and again, there's a good chance you're gonna have at least 2 pirates, because then like, oh, you're having, yeah. The other reason why this other pirate, this neutral one that the overkill draw 2 cards isn't as good, because you've already got this in Pirate Rogue, and it's raiding party, 3 mana, draw 2 pirates from your deck, and then a combo, you also get a weapon. So you're gonna get this weapon. It's really easy to combo in Rogue, especially with these cheap pirates and prep and all that. You could prep this out, play it for free. So for free, you can draw 2 pirates from your deck, and then that like negates the prep and this card that you had, and you're guaranteed getting pirates. So you're getting the specific draw that you want. So that's even better draw than normal draw. And then on top of it, you get this weapon, which is going to give your pirates rush. So yeah, it's just like a crazy deck. Even if I'm wrong about how good the deck is, there's no way it's not at least a good deck. So what else? Is that all the pirates? This one looks like it's a pirate themed card, but it's actually not pirate synergy specifically. Oh yeah, I'll just go. I'll go next to the cards that could go into the class, but it doesn't, not necessary. Which is, I almost put this in, but there's just not enough room, just because. So 2 mana, Stolen Steel, discover weapon from another class. This is a really good card, I think, because Rogue actually itself doesn't have that good of weapon. Like, there's things that do specific things, like giving your minions rush is really good, and then there's the one that procs death rattles, and that effect's really good. But the weapon stats themselves in like pretty much all of Rogue's weapons aren't good for their cost, but a lot of other classes do have good stuff. So if you take one of those weapons that have a really good stat, and then you start like using the buff spells that Rogue has, then that's really good. And it's good enough to put in a Pirate Rogue, but I don't think there's already so much aggressive stuff you want. Like this is basically like pay an extra 2 mana for a weapon. So again, like the weapons do more damage in other classes, and then you could add more damage and charges to them here. But overall, I think it's just like it's too slow to put in a pirate deck, so it's gonna have to go into other decks. So it's just like, I think it's good. I think it's 3 stars. Not walk to play. Oh, pirate theme though. So 4 mana, destroy an undamaged minion. It's a little specific, so it's 1 mana cheaper than Assassinate, but Assassinate's already overcosted. But then you have Vile Spine, you've got Sap, you got Vanish. You got a lot of cheap removal spells. So it's like it doesn't have a place right now, but after Vile Spine rotates, you can switch it out for that. Or if you want to do even Pirate Rogue and you don't have Vile Spine, or you have Vile Spine in one of those and you want to switch it out for this, you could. Other than that, I think it's kind of weak, so I think it's like 2 stars. I already talked about these. Go to Spirit of the Shark. 4 mana, 0/3 stealth for 1 turn. Your minions' battle cries and combos trigger twice. Your minions, not just your card, not all your cards. So it's a pretty good effect. I wonder if it's gonna go in Quest Rogue. God, they're gonna have to nerf Quest Rogue again. Because like if you had this down and it's got stealth, so then like um, your like fireflies summon extra copies, and like the Zolas go off twice. There's definitely a lot of the effects and combos for minions are pretty strong if they go off twice, but paying an extra 4 mana for it, like on the cheap minions, it's obviously that's not worth it, but on the bigger minions it is. But then it's like, yeah, you have to set this up preemptively. I definitely think has a lot of potential. There's no way it's bad, but it might not be like super good. I'm gonna hedge my bets and say 3 stars. Not 100% sure. Kurabashi Hype Mon. Kurabashi Hype Mon. 7 mana, 5/7. Battlecry. Discover a 1/1 copy of a Battlecry minion. It costs 1. There's like and this is all Battlecry minions, not just rogue ones. It's a neutral, and I think with minions you always can discover other classes. So that would be like the upside is you can discover other class minions that have crazy Battlecries, but there's a lot of Battlecries. Like overall, most Battlecries are not good or like useless. Because like if you got this Battlecry and you didn't have a pirate deck, it literally doesn't do anything. But it's discover, so you get 3 chances. So like I think overall it's actually because like it's probably like 2/3 of Battlecries are not good, but you're getting three options. So on average, you're getting at least one good option of a Battlecry. So like the Battlecry itself you get should actually be on average good because of the 3 options. But then it's a 7 mana 5/7 for that 1 mana, and it still costs 1. So really, it's almost like a 8 mana. Yeah, it's an 8 mana 6/8. Discover a pretty good Battlecry or cast a pretty good Battlecry. If you set this on the turn before, it'd make it better. That's like what they want you to do, but that's not what's gonna be happening. Those aren't the synergies that are gonna happen. So I guess in a vacuum, that's decent. It's not like great. I think like people are trashing this card way too much. People think it's like 1 star. So I'll go with 2 stars, and it would be even higher, but it's just like Rogue is trying to do is only in Rogue, and for now Rogue is probably trying to be actually for now they're going to try like a Pirate Rogue and maybe Quest Rogue, and that doesn't belong in those. So. And these aren't rotating though, but Quest Rogue will be rotating. So it might go in the other deck after, because it's not like people are only going to play Pirate Rogue. I hope for Rogue, because you could get this one. So yeah, 2 stars, 5. Crawl the Shark, 5 mana 2/2 beast Battlecry. Eat a minion in your deck and gain its stats. Death Rattle, add it to your hand. This one's really fun card design, and it can help you get out. If you have like very low minions and specific minions, you'll like guarantee get them out, and you could game the system and like get the Necrom Blade, and you don't play this until the Necrom Blade's about to break, right? Then you play this, and it guaranteed gets the minion you out. Like maybe you only play Malygos as your like only minion or one of your only minions, and if you haven't drawn it already, then you wait, you play these, you get the Death Rattle, and then so you proc it and you guarantee get the Malygos in your hand. That's probably like the most practical version. Or there's other stuff like that where you could use it. But for the most part, like you can't, you don't want to be. I mean, you can, but you don't want to just like play it on the board because if it gets silenced, then you spent 5 mana to play just a vanilla 2/2 if it gets silenced, and not and worse than that, on you lost a minion from your deck, and you're probably putting this again in a deck where that could have a big payoff. So it's getting a big minions dying. All right, yeah. So I think 2.5 stars. It has like potential to be really strong in like a Malygos deck and stuff like that, but otherwise it's like kind of weak. Okay, Shaman. Shaman got a lot of really fun cards. Like a lot of them are good too, actually. This card, I'll just go in order because they don't really have it like unlike other decks where like a lot of them are themed together. I'll just go. Yeah, I'll just go from the top. Uh, Krogwa the Frog, even though it looks like a toad. 6 mana, 4/6 beast. Return all spells you played last turn to your hand. So that's just really good. And like even like a 6 mana 4/6 isn't that bad. Like I mean you'd want like bigger stats than that, but so the body's okay, and then the effect is really strong. I mean, yeah, because obviously you wait till you a turn where you play 2, 3 spells at least, and or maybe like one really important or one powerful spell in that matchup, and then you get it back again. Like maybe if it's against aggro, you just play a volcano, and then you play this the next turn, or a healing rain, double healing rain in this guy. But if it's you could play this in an aggro deck, and you play like 2 lava burst and a lightning bolt, and then you get all those back the next turn, so you get an extra 13 damage. That's without any spell damage, like or like the totemic smash, throwing a couple of those in there. Evolute, you can combo this with unstable evolution, and it's each one you play. So if you played like boom, 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 like 7 of them, you get 7 unstable evolutions in your hand. That's like a whole deck type in its own. Just this and unstable evolution playing off each other, and then you could for the rest of the game you could just like pump up a huge board easy. Like you could be really wasteful. You could like get your totem, like just cast a single totem and pump it up, and you'd have so many of those unstable evolutions. You can do it. Um, yeah, this is just a really good card. This goes in. I think it goes in every single kind of shaman deck except for like certain Shudderwalk shamans. But even then, like you could actually put this in Shudderwalk. Like again, because like in Shudderwalk, like I heard like I saw like on the comments people saying, oh you no you don't put it in like Shudderwalk because then it fills your hand up and then you can't get your like Shudderwalks and your Grumbles bounce back and all that. But well no, you just wait until this is like the spells you played last turn, so you just play your Shudderwalk on a turn that you didn't play a spell afterwards, and then the spells you do play like after that, like Healing Rain, that would be really good to keep getting back over and over again on your Shudderwalk. Yeah, because like a volcano, are they saying like not in your hand? Did I say in your hand? Yeah, like you don't like because yeah, obviously you don't want volcano, right? People are like thinking of this as like Yogg or something. It's like, oh yeah, you cast volcano this game, so Krog's gonna like cast volcano over and over again. It's like no, like you cast volcano in the mid game to clear the board, and then later on you like Healing Rain probably like the turn before you drop Shudderwock. I mean, it could be the other way around, but then you just wouldn't do that. Or you, if you had a choice, you'd go the other way around. Like, so I honestly think this could be an improvement to Shudderwock. Most people are thinking you don't put it in there. You can argue about it either way, but like for sure, like every other deck type, goes in there. So I think there's a 5 stars. Like, yeah, it's good in control, good in aggro. You get it and token. You could get an extra Bloodlust. Oh wait, it is return all spells. Yeah. So yeah, it would that you played last turn. But so yeah, you just get an extra Healing Rain or whatever. Like it is return your hands. I was thinking it played. Yeah, but yeah, you return the spells. So yeah, again, like token, you get the Bloodlust back. So you could like beat him down before you have lethal, and then like so now you barely have to do any more damage, and you already have another Bloodlust. Or Healing Rain's particularly good because like you can play it in the same turn you play this later on, and heal up. All right, Zen Teemo, 3 mana, 1/3. Whenever you target a minion with a spell, it also target adjacent one. I think this one is meta, like a lot more meta dependent than people are making it out to be. Like I've seen some people think it sucks, some people are thinking that it's really good and broken, but it's like it varies so much based on what deck you're playing against. Like it's really good against token decks, and it's good in token buffing, like decks where you can buff things. You get Unstable Evolution. It casts extra Unstable Evolution, so like you can evolve like 3 times as quick. But it also the Overload stacks, which is usually a bad thing, but if you do an Overload Shaman, that could be a good thing. With the Snow Flurry Giant, I'm not sure if that's gonna be a thing. I want to build that. The like a Spellstone / Snow Flurry Giant. That actually could be good. And with this, but it's like, is adding this really going to make that deck all of a sudden go from like not good to really good? I don't think so. But then this adds to that deck too. There might be something there. I don't think it's going to be a tier 1 deck, but it could be like a tier 2 deck if it on the highest upside. Let me think about that. So yeah, because it's so meta dependent, I think, I don't know, the effect is strong, but then it's only stars you target. A lot of Shaman's best spells are AoE, like target everything kind of spells. And even like Unstable Evolution, maybe you don't want to evolve the things next to it. And again, maybe the cards that overload, maybe you don't want to, maybe you want to kill 2 of them, but you don't really want to overload for that much. Or if you could choose, you'd cast it twice and overload for twice, but not for 3. Because then you're going to be locked out on turns with the... It's really hard to say. It's definitely not bad. It's not 2-star. I think it's... I'm going to say 3.5 stars. Haunting Visions. Next spell you cast this turn costs 3 less. Discover a spell. Yeah, this is I think this is really good. Usually epics have like a pretty big downside, and so I mean the -3 pays for itself, but it has to be this turn. But that's fine. You just don't play it until you're going to play another spell this turn, and then you get to discover an extra spell. So it's pretty much like a 0 mana discover a spell. And a 0 mana just draw a random spell in most classes is pretty good. In Shaman that wouldn't be, but discover a spell is just good in any class for 0 mana especially. You get extras of anything you need, but what deck like you because you wouldn't want this in a token deck because you'd rather guaranteed get like your buffs. Same with probably aggro decks. You probably want to guaranteed have one aggro spell over the chance of having a copy of one of your better aggro spells, like a third copy. So it'd have to be. Again, Shudderwalk, you want very specific things, so you wouldn't want it in there. So it's like a good card, but it doesn't fit into any of the deck types. Snow Flurry, you want specific over, yeah. So, yeah, I guess like it's a card space for free discover a spell. So like situationally, you can choose what you want, but you want pretty specific things in most shamans. So it has a lot of potential, but it's not good now based on the current decks. So I was gonna say I'm gonna say 3 stars because like it's not it's actually a good card. Just now, right now, it's a bad card. Big Bad Voodoo, 2 mana, give a friendly minion death rattle, summon a random minion that costs 1 more. I think this is really underrated. Like people are saying this is trash, but like what people aren't like ignoring is like you play it on a minion that can already attack is when you play it, and then so it's a 2 mana evolve, right? But the thing is like the difference, the reason why it costs more than like most evolves or one mana effects is because with those like you have to choose between okay, do I attack and trade in kill this minion that I need to, or do I just not attack so that I can evolve my minion? Or it's like you have like the Serenite Chain Gang and it's like a 2/3 and it would be a sick evolve, but you really need to trade it into this like threatening minion, so then you can't evolve it. So like, but with this, you don't have to choose. You get to trade. You get the trade and the evolve, or the attack to the face. And that's the same situation where it's like, oh, here's a minion, and it's got like a good attack, and I want to hit the face, but I also, it's a high cost minion. So if I evolve it, I'll get good value. It's like, do you want to go for the face damage or the again? Like you don't have to choose. And with that one though, if you go face, then they can silence it. So going face isn't as good, but you can trade and you could get the evolve, which is really good. So like, but I mean the card. I'm not saying the card is really good. I'm just saying that like people are really overlooking that. So I think it's like it's only get when you have unstable evolution, it's hard to like when you can repeatedly evolve, you get to choose that over this. But you don't have to choose one or the other. You can do both and evolve shaman. Like there was a whole evolve shaman before, and it lost like evolve and devolve. But now it's gaining. They've already got unstable evolution. Now you're gaining this back. There's some new neutral cards that synergize with evolving. So I think it's 3 stars honestly, actually. Spirit of the Frog, stealth 1 turn. Whenever you cast a spell, draw a spell from your deck that costs 1 or more. This one's actually really complex, but or it's one more, not 1 or more. So you cast this, and it draws this. You cast that, it draws that. You cast this, and you can play the 0 mana one or the 4 mana one, or that draws the 4 mana, or like 0, so you draw another 1 mana one and loop back around. I think it's meant to do. There's got to be some kind of hidden loop like that, where it's like, well, if you looped like that back around like twice, then that's really good if you didn't already draw them. But that's really situational. This is a card that it's so situational specific. I think it's bad. It's like maybe even a 1 star. I get you, but you can't give it one. I think you have to give it at least half a more up, half a star for. There's got to be something where it's just like, oh yeah, you could play this card into that card, into that card, into that card, into that card, and it's like a 1 turn OTK. There's probably something like that. So it's at least got to be at least 1.5 star or 2 star. I'm gonna say just 2 stars straight up. Like I would give it a 1 star, but there's got to be like some kind of like you got to like look through the shaman things or something that maybe it's not even in play now. Maybe there's just like something pretty good like that now, but they're already planning for next expansion, and it's like boom, 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 clear the board, kill, kill, face, 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 heal, do this, summon a guy, like charge minion. There's going to be something like that eventually. Like even if there's not now or not the next expansion, I find it hard to believe that like at some point in time. So this has got it's going to have like a year and a half of existence. And sometime in the next 5. Wait, how many expansions is that? Because it's like 1, 2, 3. This expansion, so 1 and 3 next year. So yeah, in 4 expansions, and like that's like almost 500 about 500 cards, or actually over 500 cards, right? Somewhere around there. Like there's at some point in time, there's probably going to be a crazy chain of spells that you can just like on turn 10 or turn 7, whatever, you can just go off. Or yeah, even if it's stealth, so you can just do it the next turn, like turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, whatever. Bog Slasher, 3 mana, 3/3 elemental, battlecry, return a friendly minion to your hand and give it +2/+2. Yeah, I just think it's just like a better Zola. It's 1 more, but it's got a better body, and on top of like Zola, yeah, it leaves it in play, so you can still attack with it, but that in some cases is better returning it to your hand, and on top of that, I get in most cases it's better to leave it on the board, like and get a copy of it, but the giving it +2/+2 outweighs that and makes it better than Zola. So like this can replace Zola in any deck, any Shaman deck, of course, because it's only for Shaman. And in some cases, it's way better, like Serenite Chain Gang specifically, and specifically Zola is in Shudderwock Shaman, and so is Chain Gang, and there's 2 copies of that. So now Chain Gang's a 4/5. You get, not only do you get 2 4/5s of the Chain Gang, but like one of them's left on the board, so you leave half of it on the board. You get it back. You get that extra battle cry for Shudderwock, so like the ordering is less chances of screwing you later. So you're getting an extra Chain Gang one. They might be even worth running 2 of these, because you definitely swap this out for Zola, right? But do you put an extra one just so you could have stall more with the chain gangs or for more chain gang battle cries. You can even put this on oh, you can, yeah. I mean, you could put it on a Grumble technically. If a Shudderwalk survives and somehow, and well, you want your Shudderwalks to be one man anyway. But like, if a situation where you had to play like the Shudderwalks and the Grumbles earlier than you wanted to, maybe that gives you, if you put two in, you'd have an extra shot if one survived to like bounce it back. Yeah, so I think this is like 3.5 stars, 4 stars in Shudderwock Shaman, and there's going to be other uses for it. So I'll just say like overall it's a 3.5 stars. Lickum, 2 mana, 1/3 has a +2 attack while you have overloaded mana crystals. Again, like if overload Shaman is a thing, then this is really good. If not, it's just kind of average. Cause like what's it? Stormforge Axe is a 2 mana 2/3, but it's just guaranteed going to be that, and it only overloads you for one. You have to keep overloading yourself for this to. Oh, but I mean this is 2 attacks. Never mind, it's a 3/3. I thought it said 1 attack. That's pretty strong, but yeah, every time you want to attack, you have to overload. How much do you overload in token, Shaman? Not that much, right? What is just like for your lightning storm and a volcano, maybe? Like I usually don't want to play volcano tokens. So you just like the lightning bolt and double. You have 2 lightning bolts, right? In token because you have as an aggro deck, and you do put this in aggro decks. It might be worth it alone, actually, just for any aggro deck because of the 2 lightning bolts. Oh, and lava burst. Yeah, I'm gonna say actually this is good then. I was thinking like it would only be good in if like an overload shaman is a thing, but it's also good. It's just always good in aggro shaman decks. So not completely insane because there is gonna be some turns where you don't want to hit those things, or you're trying to maybe save that attack for face damage or go off all in one turn. So it's not like it's probably like 3.5 stars also. Might be 4 stars, but I think it's only like 3 to 3.5 stars. Reign of Toads, 6 mana, summon 3/2/3 toads with taunt, overload 3. So another overload support card. So it costs overall, you're actually playing 9 mana, so it costs the same as the neutral Echo card. That's a 2/4 taunt, and if you play not 3 of them, it costs 9. But you can play this as early as turn 6, but you overload. Yeah, it's not very good. Again, unless overload shaman's a thing, and I don't think it is. This is a nice card to get free though off of Hagatha. I didn't say you get this back. Is there any like crazy card where you get your frogs to? I'm not really surprised actually with this frog, these, and some of the and this frog and some existing stuff that there wasn't some kind of like spell or guy that specifically buffs your frogs. I guess because the frogs aren't labeled as frogs, they're labeled as beasts. I bet so. Yeah, so I think this is 2 stars. Totemic Smash, 1 mana, deal 2 damage, overkill, summon a basic totem. So this is just really good. Traditionally, all these spells are 1 damage, deal 2 damage spells that can hit anything are always 1 mana, and this has a not the it has like a good upside. Like the priest one is literally no flexibility. Um, like Druid had living roots. That one could, if you did the 2 damage, it didn't do anything extra, but it could become 2/1/1s, which was really good. That's probably like the best one of these. But this one, if it overkills, it summons a basic totem, and that's not like with 2 damage, you're gonna have to hit a 1/1 token guy, and then so it's not that good because you want to save this for like something like a 3/2. Um, but Shaman frequently gets spell totems and spell damage, so this is a lot of times it's going to be 3 damage. So then you could hit those two health minions and get a totem also. And then with this guy, since it's only 1, you could combo it, and this is doing 6 damage overall, hitting 3 things. So you against like odd Paladin, you could hit like 3/1/1s and summon you. So you kill 3/1/1s and summon 3 totems, and that would be like that's really strong. Or if you had like spell damage against another shaman, you could kill some you like kill 1 flame tongue and like overkill 2 of them, summon 2 totems. Yeah, this is really strong. This is a 4 stars, solid 4. Wartbringer, 1 mana 2/1. Battlecry, if you played 2 spells in a turn, deal 2 damage. So this does the same thing, but it has a body. But you have to play 2 spells. Does this count? So like what I don't know is like if you played this and this, like what if it was turn 5, right? You played these 2. Did that count as playing 3 spells, or this one just says it also targets adjacent ones? It doesn't say play it again and target adjacent. But I think it might count. So that matters a lot because there's other 1 mana spells like Lightning Bolt 2. If that counts with this, then this is like 3.5 stars. But if it doesn't, then it's like 2.5 stars. Because a lot of times it's like, what I'm gonna play like Lightning Bolt and one of these, or the Spark guy maybe, and this like that would get it, but a lot of times you don't. And then it's like if I did that, there's like a low chance that I'd need to do 2 more damage if I already did like split that damage apart. But maybe like I mean if at that point you'd rather just like, I mean you could also just play a Lightning Storm, and the Lightning Storm is more flexible because it's not as, yeah. So I'd say this is like, yeah, if it works with that, then I'll just say 3 stars actually, and if it doesn't, I'm gonna say 2 stars. So I don't know, yeah, whichever of those. Warlock. So we got a whole discard thing going on again, but this one's a little different. This is more of like a control-y discard, and also the difference between most of these discards is like you discard the lowest cost card, and that's good for 2 reasons. One, it's discarding a specific card, so you know exactly which card it's going to discard, and 2, it's the lowest cost card, so it's most likely going to be at that point in the game the worst card you have in your deck. I mean in your hand. If it's early on, obviously, like, and you wanted like this one, which you might actually play. Actually, you might actually play both of these early on, and then you'd want to be playing one of your cheapest minion next because you don't have that much mana. But other than that, like getting rid of the lowest cost thing is like better overall, especially since this seems to be more of like a control oriented goal. The problem with it is it's competing against control Warlock with Gul'dan that brings back a bunch of demons, and like these things these aren't. If High Priestess Jellic was a demon, then this whole thing would all be really good, and but it's not a demon, because I guess that would probably be just OP. But yeah, that regular control lock, like cube lock and even lock are all better. and do more powerful things. Yeah, again, like stuff like Taunt Druid, Malygos Druid, Death Rattle Hunter, they're doing way more powerful, ridiculous things than summoning like not. This isn't even endless, just like a large supply of 4 mana 3/4s with Taunt and Lifesteal. So like, I mean, this would be a good card, and this whole package would be good, but it kind of all relies on that. I mean, technically, you could still go for the old quest, uh, but I think that's still too slow because like not playing anything on turn one, and maybe it's not. Maybe with this it buys you enough time, but yeah, no, because again, it's still the same thing. Or even if you add the quest in there and you're summoning the 3/2s and you get like a pretty good thing, you're not doing enough to get past those other powerhouse decks in the end. You could beat out some other decks. Like it's probably stronger than it's been in a while, but not quite strong enough. It's a little too slow. So all these ones that are like this one, these ones are actually this one's good in pretty much any deck. So this is a different story, but this card actually this one is good in Zoo. So like these ones are okay anyway. But then there's other ones like the add 3 random cards you discarded to your hand this game. Like this doesn't go in Zoo. This could go in anything, but this only goes in like a controlled discard deck, the same deck that this goes in. So like even though like this is really powerful, although can you put one of these in Zoo and like then like the cards that Doomguard and Soulfire discarded, then you get back, and it's basically like a 6 mana 6. Can you afford to lose that tempo in Zoo? Like play a 6 mana 6/6, but then you draw three. I think you can. I think you could do one of in Zoo. Um, so I'll put this as it's a little bit slow, but yeah, I'll put this as a 3 star, 3.5 star. Right now, it's only good in Zoo. Hyperus Jellic is a 2 star because it's like this whole package that you want to play it with isn't worth it. But when the rotation happens and there's no Blood Reaver Gul'dan, there's no Void Lord. Is Cube in that set? I don't know if Cube is. I think Cube was in Cobalt and Catacombs, but I'm not 100% sure. It might have been Witchwood. I think Cube is rotating too, though. So that might be Warlock's strongest control deck actually with this. So this next expansion, this could jump to like a 4 star because and like just power levels. Like again, Taunt Druid's gone, so that's one of the ones that's too strong for it. Um, who knows what could happen with Malygos? What about Hunter? Death Rattle Hunter will still be really good. It won't be as good because Death Rexar is going up, but like I built a version of Death Rattle Hunter earlier, and I forgot at first. I didn't realize I forgot to put Deathstalker Rexar in, and it still looks like really strong. But then again, wait, if Cube is rotating out, then that could be a thing. Yeah, so this actually could be like one of the stronger decks next year. So it could jump from a 2 to 4 star. But I think it's 2 stars. I think this is 3.5. This one is just good in every deck, basically. Even Zoo, like you can just wait till you lose if you ever lose board control, or trade and then play it, and you just discard one card. Or like a Zoo, you're emptying your hand a lot, so you might even discard. And against aggro decks, it's like a cheaper deal to it. Everything. I think this is a 4.5 stars. In Grim Rally, it's a good Zoo card. You could actually use it in Cube Lock too. It's not as like It's not necessary in cube like that, but you could. I think this is like 3 stars. It's a solid. It's a decent card, solid. And then oh wait, there's another discard one. This one, 3 mana, 2/6 taunt battlecry. Discard your another discard the lowest cost card. Yeah, this one is destroy friendly minion, not discard the lowest cost. But this was the other one. Um, taunt 3 mana, 2/6. There's like that turtle that's the 3 mana 3/5, and that's gonna kill this. But if a 3 mana 3/4 trades evenly with this, and it's overall the same set as a 3 mana 3/4, and it has taunt though, so that's good. Is it worth this? Is this worth discarding in the lowest cost card? Probably only in a discard synergy thing. But I'm not saying like if you're gonna throw one of these in zoo, you could throw this in here. Probably not though. It's at most like a 3 star. It's like it's okay. Like it's not. Is this worth discarding like a mountain giant in that kind of deck? I say 2.5 stars for this guy. All right. I'll go to Hyreek the Bat. Battlecry, fill your board with copies of this minion. 1/1 beast. This is another card that if this was a demon, this would be really good because there's a lot of like cards that specifically buff demons. But in Warlock, there's not like really anything that buffs specifically a beast. So I mean, there's neutral stuff too, but it's only be like 1/1. So I mean, there's that neutral. Yeah, there's a neutral card that busts. How much does it cost too? +1/+1. It's like a 2 mana, right? I think it's like a 2 mana. Give your beast +1 or something. Go. Let's just give all your other minions +1/+1. This one's going in zoo. Oh yeah, zoo got. That's really good for zoo. Was it only a hunter card then? When you draw a beast, give it +2/+2. Oh, you could put those in there, yeah. Make sure that this is, maybe it's a hunter one. Oh yeah, wait, is it this? Is that, I thought there was a neutral one too though. Reduce the cost of a beast by 1. That's the neutral one. So yeah, there's the one card that gives all your minions 1/+1. So you have to play 2 of these. And you're losing tempo. You're only going to want that in like a wide board spammy kind of thing. Yeah, it's just, yeah, if it was demons, then like it would be worth it maybe to put those extra guys that aren't buffing that much, turn them into like a 3/3s, flood the board with 3/3s. So if you played 2 of those guys, buffed it up to 3/3s. Oh, and this one does for after friendly. Oh, this give but this is a minion and it's a random one, so that doesn't count. This sucks too, by the way. There's a 1.5 stars. So I mean, obviously those are clearly meant to synergize together, and that's like what they're giving you to do it. So I mean, this is fine. Like Warlock already has like really powerful stuff. That's like they got the Druid treatment too for the most part. Although like this is strong and this is strong. Maybe they didn't like they actually half their cards are pretty good because this is just ridiculous. I love this card. So yeah, this is Heroic to Bet 1 star. Let's get on the Void Contract, 8 mana. Maybe one of my favorite cards ever. Just because you fuck up their other person's game plan completely. And also, it just wrecks combo decks. And combo decks are my second least favorite decks. Again, like one of the reasons why I love the new neutral legendary, the Mojo Master. This one is a hard nerf to combo decks. This one just wrecks them completely. But yeah, it's like when this got announced, I was like so mad. It's like because between last expansion, Warlock got two. Like the last 3 expansions is the third expansion in a row where Warlock got like an anti-combo card, and it was only them. I was like, okay, it's cool that someone gets one, but I'd rather have a neutral anti-combo card. So like you're not like completely screwed unless you play one class against combo decks. So they finally got the neutral one that is a nerf to them, but this one just is like this hurts combo decks more than any card ever has before. Destroy half of each player's deck. You can also cater this to be like a mill deck, or like you could mix this in with Togwaggle. You wait till you draw Togwaggle, then you play this. Like so there's probably like a Togwaggle. But I mean, if they were combo decks, you wouldn't want to swap. But maybe like with this, like you could have a bunch of crap in your deck, and I don't know there might be a Togwaggle thing going on with Warlock. I'm trying to think. I'd have to think for a while, but for sure you maybe play like a 1 of this, or you even play like a 2 of these yeah, as insurance. If it's a combo heavy meta, you just run 2 of them, and like so you're gonna draw one and have it ready by turn 8. That's like the odds are by you get to turn 8, you're gonna have one of these every time if you run 2 of them. So you could just fuck up their deck, and then really like probably like the best way to use it would be to play it in control Warlock, the ones with Void Lords and Gul'dan, and you make sure you wait till you have Gul'dan first, then you play this, and like Gul'dan by himself, the only other hero that he's gonna lose to is Hunter, and maybe you burn the Hunter one, or maybe you burn Deathstalker Rexar beforehand. Like even if you don't, like if you get the Void Lords out, you have a good chance of beating the Hunter even. But like that's even gonna hurt Death Rattle Hunter. Like all the Death Rattle ones they want to pull out, but they're with their ridiculous combos. Taunt Druid, you're gonna lose all these taunts and maybe Hadronox. Obviously, like Malygos like needs a lot of specific cards together. Cthulhu decks are gone. They need the most specific cards together. And then on top of that, if that's not enough, you could add the extra insurance policy and get the recurrent, whatever, the one from the last expansion that turns a random minion from each hand into a random demon. So, and you could do that on turn 10. You could wait till you have Gul'dan, turn 10, destroy half the decks, and then turn one of their minions in. And you're almost guaranteed gonna like ruin their combo if you haven't already. Yeah, yeah. So I think that this is a 5-star card. Like I mean, normally you don't want that's a card that's like a card that specifically you should like you can't rate 5 stars, right? But this like literally just instantly beats multiple deck types. So that if that's not 5 stars, I don't like what is like. I know it's like obviously against aggro, it's a dead card, right? But like we're not just talking like it hard counters one deck type. It hard counters many decks. Like it just straight up insta beats them. And like the most powerful legendaries usually don't even do that. Shriek. Discard your lowest cost card. Deal 2 damage. Oh yeah, there's that one. Demon Bolt. 8 mana. Destroy a minion. Cost 1 less for each minion you control. So in Zoo, it's gonna be very frequently 3 or 4 mana. Destroy a minion. That's a good deal. So it's a good card in Zoo. But then, like in Zoo, you want to be flooding the board. But then I guess it fights for the board too. Might be worth putting in Zoo. Maybe, I mean, Control Warlock also. I guess it's a lot of times you have all these Void Lords. You have like 7 of them, so it might cost a 1. If you just have one Void Lord that gets popped, and this is 5 mana destroy a minion, that's an Assassinate. And in a control deck, this probably, it probably goes in Control Warlock actually too. Oh, I mean, a lot of time you have the popped Void Lord plus an extra guy or two. It could go in Q block too. Yeah, this is pretty damn good. It can go in all of Zoo's best decks. And in Control Warlock, it's not the end of the world if you had to pay 8, because there might be a turn when you just like you have your board filled and you're just like hero powering and then doing this, like, and that's again like you probably won't have to just do that, but like if you did, it wouldn't be too terrible. So I think this is 4 stars. Blood Troll Sapper, 7 mana, 5/8. After I don't think I've seen this one. After a friendly minion dies, deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. Um, it's like synergistically, it's like you'd want to put that in Zoo on its effect, but you don't want a 7 mana 5/8 in Zoo. And then you have to be trading away your board too. Yeah, I don't like maybe, but then if you put it whatever again with the Q block and you had like 3 like Void Lord, but then you trade away your taunts and you want your taunts up. It's got to be like this is probably a 1 star unless I'm missing something. Because Warlock doesn't have any of those like fill the board. Oh, I guess there's this. If you play it with that, but then this is bad. Is this better with this then? It's not worth it because you're gonna get your board cleared. You're gonna play this, you're gonna get your board cleared, and then you're gonna play this, or you're not gonna play it because you're not gonna be able to trade anything in. So I'm gonna say 1 star because this is 1 star. Rec 3 Reckless Dire Troll, 3 mana, 2/6 taunt, battle card, discard your lowest cost card. Oh yeah, I ruined it. Okay, alright, on to Warrior. Actually, I'll be right back. And then I'll be doing Warrior and then on to Neutral. Just on Warrior, Neutral, my only ones left. And then I'm gonna be going into like I've been saying it throughout, but I'll still kind of summarize and give my overall thoughts. But mostly I'll pick like my favorite cards of the set and yeah, all that. Future plans. All right, we get back on warrior. Okay, so warrior, we got a bunch of dragon stuff, but it doesn't look like there's enough dragon, or at least enough good dragon stuff. Maybe by next expansion. I might have to like search through dragon. I feel like I do need to try to build a dragon deck before I condemn it, because it might be okay. Wasn't there's a neutral dragon too, right? Let me see. Pirate. Oh yeah, this dragon, that's good. This is a good one. All the minions. And this also is good in warrior specifically, hitting all minions for 1 damage. On this crowd roaster, 7 mana, 7/4. If you're holding a dragon, deal 7. There's another, if you're holding a dragon, I thought that was neutral. Yeah, I don't think there's quite enough. But maybe like, maybe there is enough. Because maybe it's not like you're not trying to go full out dragon. It's just like, oh, add these dragons to the odd warrior or mech odd warrior. And that's like all of that together is finally enough for like a real solid deck. So I should probably try to build an odd mech. That's probably going to be the next deck the first deck I tried to build, and the next theory crafting I do is like dragon warrior slash odd mech dragon warrior. Because all these are odd too, or most of them, right? Let's see. That dragon's odd. That one is a dragon synergy. It's odd. This is odd. Oh no, that's a dragon one though. Oh, this is even. That's dragon. Wasn't there? Oh, that's even. Then that's dragon. So never. Yeah. Well, if you're going full dragon, you can't go odd. But and plus, there's primordial drake. Yeah, there's a lot of good dragons there. Even. I think you maybe just go mech warrior with dragons. Dragon mech warrior. So this one will be a little bit harder to evaluate since I'm not sure how that deck. I think I'm gonna have to build before I know. Alkali the Rhino, 8 mana, 5/5 beast, rush, overkill, draw rush, minion from your deck, give it +5/+5. Okay, so I guess this is the other thing, because there's another rush synergy thing too, right? There's like another really good do something to rush minions. It's like make your rush minions invincible. Oh, is it one of the spells, right? Oh yeah, the spirit. 1 mana 0/3, Spirit of the Rhino. I should have known. The Loa and the spirit. For 1 turn, your rush minions are immune to the turn they're summoned. This one's really good. Rush minions are already good, and in Warrior, it's just like Warrior just didn't really have enough too. Like they have a lot of really good rush minions, and that really like fight for the board and get it back easy. And you add this in here, that's good. And then this has rush, and it summons, it draws another rush and gives it +5/+5. So this is basically like an 8 mana 10/10 that draws. Oh yeah, it's kind of not quite an 8/8, but it draws a card because you're given the 5/5 to the other thing, so you're paying full mana for it. Oh no, yeah, I guess it is kind of like that. 8 mana 10/10 draw a card. That's specifically a rush card, and the 5/5 has both has a rush. That's pretty good. That's a pretty strong card. The problem is because it's split into two bodies at that point in the game. If it's a big minion, like a giant, you'd have to trade. Oh, I guess the second minion you draw is probably gonna kill it or even like survive. Actually, if you draw like the 3/3 with Rush, it trades evenly with the giant. If you draw the Wasp, it trades evenly. The hero, the legendary guy would be a 9/9, and then he would get buffed up +2/+2 after. That would be like the really good draw. I definitely think this is good. It's not like crazy good though, because this is also that's summoning the putting into play and summoning a lot of stats, and that's something that Rush decks are missing. And then if you add a dragon package, you're also putting more big guys in. You could recruit this too with this new card. Summon a random minion with cost equal to your armor up to 10. Well, specifically 8's a little harder. Um, but there's like the recruit weapon, like on the other recruit spells. Then you could recruit this guy, and you could put this in a recruit package. You could add in the rush minions and the recruit. Definitely a good card. I'm gonna say 3.5 stars, and but this one I think is a solid 4 stars. Maybe like 4.5 even. It's really good. This is the probably the best spirit. There was one other that was good. I already forgot which one. Probably the best spirit though, like the effect. And so yeah, that's those. And then summon a random minion. This is like yeah, that recruit effect. The thing is this would be a lot better in Odd Warrior because it's going to be a lot easier to get up your armor fast and a high. I guess you could combo with the dragon stuff and then I'll just say there's 3 stars, heavy metal. War Master Voon, 4 mana, 4/3. Battle card, copy all dragons in your hand. Again, I kind of got to build the deck. It seems like it could be pretty good. It seems like if you just go straight up dragon, that's not that good. And that's when this is really going to pay off and have a higher chance of hitting bigger amounts of minions. So you're probably going to want to go more of a mech dragon package or a recruit dragon kind of combo thing. So you're not going to have that many. This is probably only going to hit 1 to 2 dragons on average. Is that worth it? Like a 4 mana 4/3 that only copies 1? I think if it copies 2 dragons, it's worth it. If it copies 1, like just like playing a 4 mana 4/3 copy, I don't think that's really that's not really worth it. You don't want to be playing a 4/3 on turn 4. You're just going to lose the board. And the dragon you play, you might not be able to play for like 3 more turns. If you get 2, then that's okay because you're gaining so much value. So I mean, because basically, if you just draw 1, it's a 4 mana 4/3 draw card. I guess that's okay, right? 4 mana 4/3 draw card, but specifically a dragon. 4 mana 4/3 draw 1 dragon. Is that's okay? I think there's like 3 stars. Sulfurize, 6 mana 4/4 overkill. You may attack again. So we saw a weapon similar to this, but it was like a 5 mana 3/4 attack as many times as you want, but only minions, right? It seemed powerful. Oh, because this is you could attack a minion and then it finish off to the face, or just use this as a 6 mana 4/4 and attack. That's 12 face damage at 6, so it's pretty flexible. If you upgrade it, it's pretty sick, like a 5 damage, 5 charges just for 1 upgrade. Yeah, I think there's 4 stars. Smoldering Lancer, 3 mana, 3/3. If you're holding a dragon, destroy damage enemy minion. So yeah, again, execute with a 3/2 body, and you only pay an extra 1 mana for the 3/2 body, so it's really good value. But you got to hold a dragon, and we just said, yeah, dragons. You might have to like cut the number of dragons so that you can combine 2 deck types, and then you're hitting this less. So, but you can play an odd warrior. So then you could have executes when you wouldn't normally. So this is pretty good. I think it's, yeah, 3.5 stars. Overlord's Whip, 3 mana, 2/4. After you play a minion, deal 1 damage to it. I know Warrior already has a lot of ways to deal 1 damage to its own minions. And Fiery War Axe is probably better stats, a 3/2 over 2/4. Even though it got nerfed. And then this is definitely better. Oh, but then there's the 4 mana 2/2 Whirlwind is way better than this. But then you could play this in Odd Warrior again. I know it has potential. It's not that good, I don't think. I think it's 2 stars. Dragon Roar, 2 mana, add 2 random dragons to your hand. That's just really good value. It's like 2 mana, draw 2 cards, but they're random. So it's not as good as that because they're random. So each one's probably half as much. So it's about as good as like it's like draw half a card. So it's like you get equal value overall because we're probably more than equal value because the dragons are mostly, if it was just a random minion, then it's like not good at all. But if it's dragons are in general pretty good. Also, if you're going like a dragon package, then there you go. Then you can play any of these. It might be worth it to like throw one of these in so you could increase the number of chances to have a dragon in your hand. I think that's okay. I think that's like a 2.5, 3 stars. Devastate, 1 mana, deal 4 damage to a damaged minion. I think this is just bad. Like, what I can just execute any damaged minion, even if it has like 15 health for 1 mana more. And for 1 mana, the same price, I could do that, or I could shield slam for 1 mana, and like again do like huge amounts of damage. You get armor up and shield slam for 4, and it doesn't even have to be damaged. So I just think it's competing with superior removal and then like brawl and stuff and the weapons. I think it's a 1.5 stars. All right, on to neutrals. So most of these legendaries are actually pretty good this time. So we kind of went over Undasta a lot in the previous decks. Yeah, it's just really strong at synergizes with a lot of decks. It does like really overpowered stuff. So I think it's a 9 mana 7/7 beast with rush overkill. Summon a beast from your hand. It has and will continue to have with any beast in the future. It's gonna have really strong things. You can't like build a deck around it, but you can damn near build a deck around it. You can definitely make a deck strong around it, if that makes sense. Yeah, I think it's like 4. If it's not 5 stars, it's 4 star, 4.5 stars. It's probably, yeah, it's got 5 stars. It's just like really powerful. And then I'll go on to the next one I've talked about a lot already since I talked about it, which is Mojo Master Zihi. Set each player's 6 mana 5/5. Set each player's mana crystals to 5. Again, one of my favorite cards of the set. One of my favorite cards of the year. One of my favorite cards ever, just because of what it does to combo decks. And as a consequence, my favorite deck type, control decks, take a hit. But if if you're playing this, you could play this in a control deck against the combo deck, and that's the thing. Like mid-range decks can play this against both and benefit more against both of them. Obviously, again, more the combo. But if a mid-range plays this, it benefits more than the control deck. So it's not like 100% upside, but just as a way to give yourself 5 more turns against a combo deck, it's completely worth it. And it's really strong. Even its stats, like it's a 6 mana 5/5 body, so you would expect with that body, then the effect of a battle cry wouldn't be that much strong, but like it's an very strong battle cry. It's like definitely a 5-star card. And then we'll go to the Undertaker, which is the next strongest of the legendaries. 8 mana, 8/5 battlecry, gain the death rattle effects of 3 friendly minions that died this game. So yeah, you throw this in Undertaker, Death Rattle Hunter, or the Undertaker. The Undertaker. Yeah, Death Rattle Hunter. Make that deck's already OP. It's more OP now. You could put it in Taunt Druid. You get Hadronux. Even if you only have Hadronux as your only Death Rattle, it's an extra Hadronux. And a lot of times too with Hadronux Druid, like you want to be doing like one more thing, but you're like 1 mana short, and like you wish you could play some of your 2 mana stuff. And this way you could. Yeah, good Priest, Death Rattle Priest. There's got to be some shenanigans there. The Reckless thing that makes it 3 less, so it could be 5 mana, and you probably already had a bunch of Death Rattle stuff that draws cards or summons eggs. Man, actually, you put it in that. I had like this egg Priest that was really good actually, but it was just like not as good as like a Death Rattle Hunter. And I think though, if you put this in there, that might make a difference. Because if multiple eggs died, especially, you could be summoning back a big board with this. And with the problem with this with a normal deck is like you have to. The problem is like it just gets a Death Rattle. It's not a battle cry. It does those things that those minions does. It gets them, so it has to die. But most of those decks have like the Priest one, the Reckless thing, it'll trigger at the end of the turn, so you get that guaranteed, and you don't need an extra card because that's an ongoing effect. Hunter can do Play Dead and on the same turn, but if it wants to use Terrascale Hawker, it's going to have to wait a turn, so it loses one option. But then Druid can naturalize it. And this way you could bait out a silence with the Hadronux. Or even, it's not even a bait out, it's just like, if they silence Hadronux and you needed to play it on curve, then you can play this and naturalize it. Yeah, so this is really strong. I think this is another... This one's not like... I'll say this is 4.5 stars because on its own, it doesn't like make new deck types or anything. It just makes existing strong deck types stronger. But it makes some like ones that were like middle tier, like maybe like high tier. So it's really good. It could be you could say 5-star, but I think I'd say 4.5 star because like in Dasta, it's guaranteed going to get its effect right away. But this card, if you don't draw the right card, yeah, I'll just keep it at 4.5 stars. Because if you don't draw the right cards, then you have to risk it getting silenced. You might just have to drop it and hope because of like the situation you're in. And then we'll go to Hakaro the Soul Flare. This is like a really interesting card. a 10 mana 9/6 Death Rattle, shuffle a Corrupted Blood into each player's deck. And what the Corrupted Bloods are a 1 mana blood, cast when drawn, take 3 damage. After you draw, shuffle 2 copies of this into your deck. So then like there'd be 2, and then if they drew multiple cards, let's say they drew 2 of them, then like each one of those shuffles 2, and it just infinitely stacks damage. And so if they're fatiguing them, or if you're playing a mill deck, then you can like really beat them up way faster than you would. The weakness to it, of course, is Skulking Geist can destroy the spells, so they can prevent this from doing anything, and then you play the 10 mana 9/6. But I don't think Skulking Geist is going to be too popular right now. I mean, it might, because a Death Rattle Hunter might cause it to be played a lot, because that will kill the play deads. It'll kill the naturalizes in Druid, and Druid is still really strong. People are going to risk it and play Druid, because Druid's still a good deck as long as it doesn't get hard countered by stuff like this and the Warlock. And then this is good against Druid, because they draw so much so fast. You could just play it, but then it's 10 mana, so they probably already got there by the time. And then like if you're stalling Druid and resetting by this, then that means you also are getting this later. So you're not doing those in combination. So maybe this isn't good against Druid. I guess if you play, it is. It still is, because you can get to turn 10. Because a lot of times against combo Druid, you get a few turns past turn 10, and you're just like, oh, any turn now I'm gonna die. But if you play this and then you play this, then you have 5 turns for these things to start stacking up. And then if they need more combo stuff, they can't really draw into their deck, because they're gonna keep drawing these Corrupted Bloods. And Druids themselves don't play Skulking Geist, because, well, most of them don't anyway. I've seen them play it before, but usually they don't, because then they'll burn their own naturalizes. And yeah, this definitely has a lot of potential. I honestly, most people are like trying to find like ways to abuse it, and in mill situations, which is not out of the question, and that's probably going to happen too. But I'm actually more interested in just like putting it in a control deck and just throwing it down, and then as the game goes on, there's every once in a while they're going to take 3 damage, and then as it keeps going on more and more, they're going to take more and more damage. Like it would be a sick card to like have in those situations where where it's just like 2 control decks, and you're kind of both fatiguing, starting to like drawing out to fatigue or whatever, and you'd have like, obviously you're going to win if you just play this. But I mean, it is also a 10 mana, and it's Death Rattle. It's not Battle Cry. I'd be a lot more interested in if it's Battle Cry, but the fact that it's Death Rattle makes it even slower. And you can't hit it, kill it itself on its own turn, unless you're in Priest and you have the Reckless Experimenter in there. That would be the game plan. You Reckless Experimenter on turn 9, or on turn 10, when you can like throw a taunt up in front of it, and then on the next turn you drop this. And then you could actually trigger it twice then that way, because it would trigger this Death Rattle, and then the next then you could trade it in, maybe if it didn't get silenced, then you could stack up an extra one. And then yeah, same with the other decks that like the Hunter deck, you could get like a super greedy Death Rattle Hunter, but that's not necessary. That deck's already so strong. But just for the memes, I think it has a lot of potential, but it'll never get like super out of hand, because it'll never be a 5-star because of Skulking Geist. Well, I mean, Skulking Geist is gonna so once Skulking Geist rotates, who knows? It still can get silenced, except for against the Priest thing, but then you got to set that up more. So I don't know. I'm gonna say 3 stars because it could just be so difficult to set up that it's not really worth it, and it like sucks. But there's no way that you're not gonna run into this every once in a while, and you're gonna not be running a silence or yeah, you're just gonna have a deck that doesn't run silence or skulking, guys. There's no way you won't both run into or like be if you queue into ladder and queue this, you're gonna run into people who aren't running either of those. Again, and it isn't good against aggro too. So, but yeah, it will get off, but it's overall going to be inconsistent. So we'll go to the next legendary, Grifta. Grifta, 4 mana 4/5 battlecry. Discover 2 cards. Give one to your opponent at random. So this is the bad legend, neutral legendary. Uh, it's kind of like a better spell slinger though, I think, because so it's not. It's actually playable. It's not good. It's like but yeah, again, at this point with this many cards in the rotation, you probably won't ever play this card. So right now it's 2 stars or 1.5 stars. But like once you kind of like want more spells or you want to like, or I mean, or just more any that discover 2 cards. Because the thing is like it seems like actually, you know what? I'll just leave it two. Yeah, I think 2 stars because you can play it right now to mess with Mecha Cthulhu stuff. But I mean, honestly, like you could just mess with Mecha Cthulhu with like this and Warlock and stuff. But it's another option because then they're gonna have to play another card. And if you pick, like, what if you get a random card that, and like you pick both of them and you get 2 like discard options? That would be sick. And wreck them, or like a card that fills their hands with stuff, or like draws like a bunch of cards, like ultimate infestation, double ultimate infestation. Like it would be hard to. There's definitely scenarios where you give them stuff like that, and because it's not like you can choose between both cards, you get to choose between. You could have either pick 2 bad cards, so you give them a bad card, or you could pick 2 good cards, and it's like, okay, you might be giving them that good card, but if you get either one of those good cards, it's going to benefit you more. It's not like there's situations where doing this is actually okay and are pretty good actually. So yeah, I think it's 2 stars. Crowd roaster. So yeah, this is all dependent on. I didn't assess these new. Oh, so these are the neutral dragons. This one and this one is good at just period, but wasn't there one more minion that is if you're holding a dragon? It's largely dependent on Dragon Warrior, this one, but it could be good in like Dragon Priest might have enough stuff again now because they've got Duskbreaker. I mean, just with Duskbreaker alone, it's good. Like now, if you add this in too, so you could target a single minion now. If so Duskbreaker is your AOE. If you throw in the small dragon package like normal, now you can get this in here, and you could use this for the big target damage, and you could use your Duskbreaker for the AOE. But the problem is this is the second one you play might not go off, so this might not go off because of a lack of dragons. I guess if you throw the Primordial Drake in and play that last, because that will still always go off, and that's 8, so you're always, if you have them all, you're gonna have a chance to play these other ones first. So this could be a good improvement to Dragon Priest, and then if Dragon Warrior is good, it's good. But I think this is a card that over time this is definitely going to be good. Right now it's just okay. So like right now it's 3 stars, and then I think it will be a 4-star card at some point. Line Cracker, 7 mana, 5/10 overkill, double this minion's attack. That's a lot of stats. And with 10 health, it's going to be pretty easy I think to get overkill in this. I think this card's an underrated card. Like there's a lot of, oh, you can't just play like a big body card that does nothing. Or we see a lot of cards that do that, like right now, like um, Sleepy Dragon and shit. And most of them have to synergize, yeah. But imagine this in there's like those spells that double a random minion's health, and oh, that's a beast actually. But priest, this is like a massive threat on priest. You could just pump it up to 20 damage, or play this in white. Like every deck, I'm gonna have to like reassess these decks, like the lady in white priest. Like, so this is gonna become a 7 mana 10/10 right off the bat, and then if you overkill, it's gonna double that attack, so it'll become a 20 whatever, and you could heal in priest. So that's notable there. And then this card can go in lady in white priest is 8 mana 14/14 with taunt divine shield in that deck if it gets hit. And even if it's not, you can run like a couple inner fires in those decks for the minions that don't get hit, and then this is still a 14/14 taunt divine shield, but it's 9 mana. I think that deck might have been tipped into like tier 2, the lady in white priest, just from those two cards. So this is like play. I think so. I'll say this is 2.5 stars. That's just so much health to deal with for a thing that can keep double. Like the 5 mana attack isn't worth going for the face, so you're not gonna worry about that, and you're gonna hit once and kill an enemy minion, and you have 10 attack, and then yeah, you don't want to like. It's like as the player against this, you don't want to let them choose because I'm gonna attack like a 1/1 minion, and then it's gonna be a 10/9, and then you gotta like trade. So you want to trade before that, right? I just don't think you can ignore it. And some people are saying 7 is too slow to just play minion, but I think it's just early enough. It depends on who you're playing. If it's an aggro deck, obviously it's useless. If it's a mid range, it's close. It probably is a 1 or 2 turns too slow against mid range, and mid range is gonna be good. So yeah, I'll just say like 2.5 stars. I would say 3 stars, but it might be too slow for now. But in Lady and White Priest, it's good. It's like a 4 star in that, maybe. Same with this card, but in other decks and classes, they're not good. They're like very limited use. Mosh, Og, Announcer, 5 mana, 6/5. Enemies attacking this have 50% chance to attack someone else. I don't really. I think this one's actually good. Because like if you want to pound to the face with this in a mid-range deck, then like imagine you put this in a mid-range hunter and then like they just run into your high main instead, or like the hyenas that are the hyenas that pop out of it. Like you throw this maybe you put this in a token deck randomly, and then like they're trying to hit it and they just hit a token instead. It doesn't work against spells though. And a lot of time they're gonna want to remove 6 mana 5, a 6/5 with a spell anyway. I'm gonna say 2.5 stars also. This one has like potential to be pretty good. This one's gonna be like one of the sleepers of the set, I think, where it's like, you know what? Like people are gonna find out like late in the set that like, damn, like people are just like throwing this fucking ogre in there, and it's getting into the face, and I can't do anything about it half the time. Snapjaw Shellfighter, 5 mana 3/8. Whenever an adjacent minion takes damage, this minion takes damage instead. This one's really good, I think. Mostly just on the fact that it defends the board against AoEs. Like if there's even a bunch of 1/1 tokens and this is there, especially if you can put like a taunt behind it, If there's like some already you have like a taunt, it's not. It's pretty common to have like a board with like one taunt that's mid-sized and a few smaller minions. And then if an AoE comes next turn, you're probably gonna get your board cleared. But if this is down, then all those minions don't even take any damage. Like if it's a bunch of like 1/1s and they have like a Hellfire, then this takes up all that damage. And I'm pretty sure it works with over like I'm pretty sure say if there was like 6/1/1s and you threw this down and they flame struck, that it would do like 7 times 4. So I'm pretty sure it would do 21 damage to this and 0 damage to everything else. I'm almost positive. Because it would be really hard to program otherwise. Because if you had, because let's see if you just had Hellfire and you had that same situation, or you had like 4/1/1s, right? So that's 12 damage. So it's not like it would, or a five, like 3. Let's say 3. So it'd do 9 damage. Like would one of the 1/1s take the extra 1 damage or 3 damage, and this dies? Like I don't think so. I'm pretty sure like it works so like the way both worked is like if someone did like a King Crush to the face, then all 9 of or all 8 of King Crush's damage went to, even if like say if both was already injured, then like all of the 8 still went to it and nothing went to the face. Because yeah, it's when a minion takes damage, just takes it instead. So this is pretty strong. So this I think is going to go in. Oh wait, never mind. What am I thinking? Well, it can't do the whole board of 7 or 1/1s. Let me correct myself, Anna, if anyone looked at the beginning of that. Because it's only the adjacent minions, but that's still really good. Because you can still put it next to like 2 3/2s and have them live, or like anything important over here. You can put it next to this crowd roaster. A lot of the 3-mana attacks, stuff that wouldn't get a chance to go off normally. Like, put it next to Undasta. There's so many things that it's like, wow, what if you put this in between those? Play it in Zoo, and like the buffed up minions, you put it like if you play this on turn 6, right after you buff them up with the Fungal Mancer, like you put it next to one of them, or you trade in the Fungal Mancer actually, and then you play it in between where the Fungal Mancer was, and then your buff minions aren't taking any damage. Put it in between a Chain Gang. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. This one, like to really evaluate it, you have to just go through your whole deck and like put it in every deck. Like it's one of those cards like almost every deck you build, you have to consider that and see like how would it affect things. Like you could keep Zemo, Zentimo alive for a long time. That would be a really good use for it. Oh, Lyra, dude, you could put it next to Lyra, and like, what are they gonna do? Like, that's 8 mana they gotta chop through. You could just throw it down on turn 5, and it's a 3, and that's hard to get rid of. And then you play Lyra next to it the next turn, and then like, it's like shit. You gotta like kill that before you kill Lyra. Oh man, you put it in Paladin. That's one of the best ones. Damn, dude. Well, like with a lot of the token stuff, but you put it next to the 1/1 with taunt, or even then the priest deck, the new priest deck with the 3/3 that summons a 1/1 with taunt. You throw this down there, and that taunt has 8 health now. And it's like you normally you'd rather not do it next. You'd want something with higher attack if possible, but like if you're just defending, like, and they have to like take the damage of the 1/1, like, or take the taunt, like the taunts in the way so they can't go to the face. That's like really good against aggro. It's good against taunts though, I guess, because it gives them more health. I don't know. There's just so much potential. I think this is a solid 4-star. Ice Cream Peddler, 4 minutes, 3/5. With the art and the name, I wish this was a 5-star card, but it looks like it's a 1-star. Battlecry if you control frozen minion. It's only good against Freeze Mage, and Freeze Mage doesn't exist anymore. 3 mana, 3/4 Untamed Beastmaster. Whenever you draw a beast, give it +2/+2. This doesn't really. It's like a not really a high risk, high reward, but it's a risk and reward kind of card. Like it's a moderate risk, low reward card. But it's like its body's okay, 3 minutes, 3/4. So if you don't get a beast drawn off it, it's fine to just play on curve as a body. So that's what's good about it. And then if you want to play in like a hunter deck, it's good, but it has anti-synergy with that beast only hunter deck. Might be going Beast Druid. I think it's probably good in a Beast Druid deck, and the Beast Druid might be okay. So yeah, I think I have 3 stars. 3 minute 2/4 Mask Contender Battlecry. If you control a secret, play a secret from your deck. This is really good in a Secret Hunter, but Secret Hunter is one of the weaker decks, so that makes this weaker. I mean, weaker Hunter decks. But it is definitely playable in there. That's definitely a playable deck. And it might be good enough to have some kind of secret mage, like the secret tempo mage, come back, and it's a way to play secrets really quick. Especially if like secret mage, a lot of those mage ones don't get procced. Is the ones you want actually don't get procced like right away. Sometimes they do. Not good in Paladin. What about the rogue secrets? No, you don't want a lot of rogue secrets in it. So it's good in Hunter and Mage. Right now though, the Mage decks, I don't know, maybe it is good enough for to play that maybe this makes a secret tempo mage good enough. I'm gonna say 3 stars. Jakari Trickster. 3 mana, 3/4. Battlecry, give each player a copy of a random card from their opponent's deck. I think it's like a worse version of this guy because you don't get to choose the card. I mean it's Spellslinger, but it's a card from your decks. It's probably a little bit better than Spellslinger because that one gave each one like, was it a random spell or a random mage spell? It was a random spell, right? But like either way, this one, you know you're going to be giving them a card from your deck. So knowing that going into putting this into building your deck, like it's like a lower risk in certain decks and you're going to know it. And then, so that's like an upside, and it's a 3/4, so it's not that bad. I think it'll see, at some point, it's going to see a little bit of play. So I give it 2-star. Guru Arabashi offering at the start of your turn, destroy this negating armor. I haven't seen this one. 1 mana, 0/2. It's almost never going to go off. But it's 1 mana. If it goes off, it's 1 mana, 8 armor, which is like, isn't that the Iron Hide skill is like 1 mana, 5 armor? All they have to do to stop it is kill a 0/2. And then like you can't play it on 1 because you're not, then that means you're losing like a shitload of tempo. I can't. I guess it's like I think it. Yeah, it's just a 1 star. Arena patron. I like how like on some of these arena cards that are clearly intended to be only for arena. Now they specifically have an arena name. Like this one is terrible and constructed. 5 mana 3/3 overkill. Summon another arena patron. Unless wait, what? Give your unless there's a card that comes out later that to give your overkill minions rush or something. Then this is always going to be bad and constructed. But in arena, that's actually really good. Well, it's good, not like insane. But I mean, clearly they're saying, okay, here's an arena card. So 1 star in constructed. I'll give it a 1.5 stars for the fact that if they do like I said, like a overkill, give your minions a rush or overkill minions rush, then it'll become really good. But I don't know if they'll do that. Murloc Tasty Fin, 4 mana 3/2 Murloc, Death Rattle, draw 2 Murlocs from your deck. Yeah, this is like Murloc, draw for Murloc cards, and they're gonna need that. And Primal Fin is rotating out in soon, so it's just like a good Murloc card, nothing like insane. Because like a 4 mana 3/2, usually like just like there's like vanilla Murlocs that are 2 mana 3/2s, and those aren't even good. But this draws 2 cards too, so it's just pretty good. You're wasting a card though to draw a card, so you're really only drawing 1 card. So it's a 4 mana 3/2. Yeah, it's just like 3 stars. Fire Tree Witch Doctor. Oh yeah, there's this one that synergizes with dragons I forgot about. And this is really good. 2 mana 2/2 if you're just holding a dragon, discover a spell. This is good in every dragon deck pretty much. And yeah, the fact that you get to discover a spell, yeah. I think this is 4 stars. Soup Vendor, or whenever you restore 3 health or more to your hero, draw a card. I guess that's supposed to go in like heal Paladin and Priest. Not good, but it could see play, especially on the rotation when like there's less card draw options. Might see play just for like a lot of the heal decks have trouble drawing cards too. So, but specifically restore 3. If it was restore 2 health, I would just say it's straight up good. But a lot of the heal stuff only restores 2. 1.5 to 2 stars. Water Boy, 2 mana 1/2 Battlecry. Your next hero power cost 0. So you could just not put this in your deck and then have an extra card and then pay full price for your hero power. Like you're getting a 2/1 body to play your hero power. It makes your hero power do whatever your hero power is plus the 2/1 body, and that itself is good. But taking up a card slot in your deck to do that, to get a 2/1 body when you play your hero power is bad. So 1 star. Or Booty Bay Bookie, 2 mana 3/3 Battlecry, give opponent a coin. Oh, that's really bad. A coin's so like a 2 mana 2/3 would be like a vanilla one, and so you need an upside for it to be playable right now. And then giving your opponent a coin is like a whole mana. So like this is really a 3 mana 3/3. And then like your opponent has the more upside than you do. That's a 1 star. Serpent Ward, 2 mana 2. So I mean this is like put in there to make the Battlecry pool worse. Same with this. Well, this one's not that bad for the Battlecry, but it's definitely not a good one. Serpent Ward, 2 mana 0/2 totem. At the end of your turn, deal 2 damage to the enemy hero. No, for like 2 mana, like you could. This is only going to get 1 attack off, and it's just so easy to kill. It is a totem, though. Is there anything a Shaman can do to it? You know what? The totemic might making that giving that like 4 health. Then it could actually live if you wait till then, and you could hide it behind taunts, and that would be really annoying, like pinging you off. And then like even if this is a 0/4, and then there's all kinds of other shaman stuff on the board, like a flame tongue and all that, like this is still a lower priority, but it's still like basically hunter healing power every turn. So I think just because it could do something in token shaman, I'm gonna give it 2 stars. Shield breaker, 2 mana, 2/1, battle cry, silence an enemy minion with taunt. No, I mean it's specifically a taunt. I mean there is a lot of good taunts. It's not never gonna see play because if there's any meta where like stuff like Spike Ridge is all over the place and Void Lords, but then it's like, why not just if you're gonna take up the card slot, it's worth it to pay the extra mana for the owl that can silence everything, not just taunts. So I'm gonna say probably 1 star. I'll just say 1.5 stars just because if an odd or if an even deck wants a cheap silence, it might see play then. 2 mana belligerent gnome. I haven't seen this one. 2 mana 1/4 taunt battlecry. If your opponent has 2 or more minions, gain +1 attack. Oh, actually, I did. That was one of the early ones revealed. That's pretty good. That's like 2 or more minions is pretty common. So this is very commonly going to be a 2 mana 2/4 with taunt. That's pretty good. I think that's 3 stars. Mosh Enforcer, 8 mana 2/14 Divine Shield taunt. I think this is another one of the sleepers of the set. That's just like so much health to get through. And a Divine Shield. Yeah, that's like so much to get through. Like that stalls so much. So it could be used for that. Probably not so much, but it's mostly going to be used in priest. Like it's so good in priest. You could just wait till turn 9, play Divine Shield in the same or Interfire in the same turn, or you could Divine Spirit Interfire, play it in those decks, or you could, like I said, Lady in White decks might be better because of this and some existing cards. So that's a 18 mana, 14/14 Divine Shield taunt. That's really good. Of course, it can get silenced. You could also not do the Divine Shield stuff and then like run Void Rippers in those decks. Just flip it around and pop them for 14 damage. I mean, they're probably gonna like hit off the Divine Shield, right, and run 1 or 2 minions in, and it's gonna drop down to like 9 health. So even then, you can pop them for 8, 9 health with a Void Ripper if you don't have the Interfire. I think this is like a 3 star. Anomali Warbear, 5/7 or 7 mana 5/7 beast with rush and taunt. It's like a pretty solid minion, and it's a beast, so it can get summoned with all that pull a beast from your hand kind of stuff. Give a beast this, do this with a beast. It has like a lot of potentials and upsides, and a 5/7 rush just by itself is pretty good. That kills a lot of stuff, and it's gonna live when it kills most of it. And then it's got taunt on top of that. 7 mana. It would be crazy at 6, right? So 7's just like good. So it's just good. So 3 stars. 7 mana, 2/7 Rabble Bouncer, taunt, cost 1 less for each enemy minion. So you need it to the board. You need them to have, if it's 3 minions, it's a 4 mana 2/7, which is just okay. If it has, so they need to have 4 minions really for it to be really good. A 3 mana 2/7 with taunt. That's gonna happen all the time against token decks. So this is always gonna be. I think this is gonna always come in and out of the meta. Like whenever like token decks and odd paladin, token druid, zoo are big, like this will be really good in those metas. And then other than that, it's not very good because even in control decks that go wide, the 2/7, the 2 attack part's not good enough. So this is, I'll put it right in the middle, 3 stars. It's good because it's really good in some metas, but it's really bad in some metas. Dragon Moss Courtyard I talked about that. This goes in. This can go in a lot of non-dragon decks. 5 mana, 3/6, deal 1 damage to all other minions. It's a nice little 1 damage AoE. Good for the early game against aggro decks. It's a dragon, so it has a lot of upside in those decks, of course. It's good in warrior because warrior wants to be damaging 1 to everything. I think it's like 3.5 stars, maybe even 4 stars. Former champ, 5 mana 1/1, summon a 5/5 hotshot. It's just like the Racketeer from the other one. It's like, yeah, it's just a bad card, 1 star. It's there for specifically to affect the evolve pool though. That's why I'm mentioning that. It's like not like a pointless card. 5 mana. Also, if you played it in Unstable Evolution, then you could evolve both of them and get upsides on both, especially this one. Sightless Ranger, 5 mana 3/4 rush, overkill to summon 2/1/1 bat. At 5 mana, the 3/4 is probably not gonna. It might overkill. You could. There's probably like a small minion or token. You might be able to get 1 overkill off it. But even then you're gonna be left over with a damage 3 attack minion and 2/1/1. So like the stats make it so it's a 5 mana 5/6 and half of it as rush. If the whole thing had rush, then that would be a good value. But that's a bad value because only half of it has rush. So 1 star probably. Wait, is it worth it in a token deck though? You know what? It might be worth it in a token deck. I'll do 2 stars. Not now, not in the current token decks, but again after the rotation token decks. Halftime Scavenger, 4 mana 3/5 stealth, overkill, gain 3 armor. If it was a 4 mana 3/6 overkill, gain 3 armor, that's good. This is just okay. 1.5 stars. It's on the low end of okay. Arena Fanatic, 4 mana 2/3. Give all minions in your hand 2/1. This one's really good. I mean, this is going in zoo. Maybe it's not really. Maybe it's just good. I feel like, what does it? Does it go in token shaman? Most token decks kind of like summon things, so it's not really that good in token decks. Although it can hit chain gang, and that's going to be in a token shaman, and it makes your like totems like a little more durable. So if you hit 1 chain gang and 1 totem, this is worth it in there. So yeah, I'll say 3-star. Ticket Scalper, 4 mana 5/3 pirate. Yeah, we went over that one. Arena Treasure, 4 mana 0/4. Again, here's the one that I was saying like, yeah, this is terrible and it won't ever see play in constructed. That's why we're calling it Arena Treasure Chest. And in Arena, this is still not that good in Arena, but actually there is one deck that it sees could play in constructed. The Reckless, the Priest decks, because it's a 1 mana draw 2 cards in those decks, so you cycle through faster. So actually, take it, there's just straight up 2 stars just because of that. And in Arena, it's like a chance to mulligan a card basically, or it's basically like I draw a card because you draw two cards, but one of them you're yeah no, it's like mulliganing actually because you're paying full price for the both cards, but you're like, okay, I get three shitty choices. I'll choose the treasure chest because at least I'll throw that down, and then eventually it's gonna get hit by AoE, or I can trigger it or put a taunt on it or some shit. But yeah, because of Reckless Engineer or whatever and Priest, like it'll see play in that one deck, and it's decent in that. Tusk Shaker, 4 mana 3/2, summon a 3/2 Rumble Tusk Breaker. Death Rattle. Summon. Is there any way to make other card copy this and then? No, so those are just always bad, right? So it's a 4 mana 6/4 in stats, but it's slow, but it's sticky. It's not. It's 1.5 stars. 4 mana 3/5. Regenerating Thug. Regenerating Thug. At the start of your turn, restore 2 health to this minion. Like I think this is just straight up good. It's really good in Priest. Like it's just straight up strong in Priest, and it's good in Paladin also. I put it in like a heal Paladin deck. I think I ended up pulling only one in though because I had like so many other key cards, but it's definitely a good card. I think it's 3.5 star card. Banana Buffoon, 3 mana 2/2. Add 2 bananas to your hand. This is definitely going to see some play. It's going to like in Priest, you know, for that one card, the 3 mana card. You play this before that so turn 3 you play this, right? You get the 2 bananas, and turn 3 you play that guy, and then you buff it up to a 4/4, and then you still have one more banana. You play that again next turn. If you have a Radiant Elemental down already, you can I guess you could wait till turn 5, right? And then you play the 3/3, 3 mana 3/3. You play the 2 bananas for and then you play the Radiant Elemental. You play the 2 bananas for free. You do the free healing. Like you trade in with the 3/3. Oh no, you can't. So you don't trade in with anything, but you get two 2/1/1s with taunt and to protect your Radiant Elemental and the other guy. That's like a good game plan just alone right there. It can go in all kinds of other decks. It's probably good in Zoo because it basically, I don't know, it's kind of slow in Zoo, I guess, a little bit, but you could put this in a tempo mage too because you could get the Sorcerer's Apprentice, so the bananas are free in that case, and then it's a 3 mana 4/4. In those decks in Priest and Mage, this is a lot of times it's a 3 mana 4/4, but you get to choose where 2 of those stats go, like the 2/2 of those stats. And then they count for quests and Quest Mage. They generate spells for Lyra. Yeah, and this has a lot of potential. I give it 3.5 stars. Ornery Tortoise, 3 mana, 3 mana, 3/5, deal 5 damage to your hero. This one's very good. I mean, it's a 3 mana 3/5, and it's a beast too, so it has beast synergy stuff. But that's just like really good stats. It's worth taking the 5 damage to your hero, and in some, like in the Paladin deck, it can be a upside to take that damage. Same with Zoo. Like this probably goes in Zoo decks now. Yeah, it's a 4-star card. Dozing Marksman, 2 mana 0/4, has +4 attack while damaged. So if you damage it, if you do 1 damage to it, it's a 2 mana 4/3. That's pretty good. but you have to damage it. So it's probably only ever good in Warrior, right? Warrior can do that same damage in one turn or the next turn a lot. But if you have to do it the next turn, then it's gonna just get killed probably, or at least put to 1 health. So it's gonna become a 4/1. So it's basically a 4/1 a lot of the times. If you just play it on curve, it's like a 4/1. 2 mana 4/1. We see it. None of the 2 mana 4/1 cards has ever seen play. So it's but it can see play in Warrior because you can hold it until you can damage it in the same turn. Let's say 1.5 stars. Cheaty Ankle Biker, 2 mana 2/1 lifesteal battlecry, deal 1 damage. Oh wait, maybe I should have put this in. I guess there's not room for it. See, like this could be played maybe in a Heal Paladin next expansion, but yeah, I mean probably even not because there's not room for better lifesteal cards. But like in a vacuum, that's a good value. You get 2 mana 2/1 deal 2 damage, and you're probably gonna get another heal for 2. So it's like 2 mana heal for 3, deal 3 damage overall. That's a good value. But it's just really easy to kill. As far as like you'll get 3 damage total points, but realistically, it's probably a 1/1 token's going to trade into it. So you're actually only getting 2 damage, and then 2 damage heal for 3. And if you played it on curve, if you're not playing it in, actually with stuff like that, yeah. I mean, if you play it on curve, you're probably not even getting the healing. And if you don't play it on curve, it's pretty weak. Well, it's really weak. So yeah, I'd say like for now, it's a 1.5 star. Shark Fan, Fin Fan, yeah, I went over that one. Scarabag, I don't think I rated this one, did I? I think it's 4 stars, but I talked about it earlier. Spell Sparker. Actually, I just talked about it only in like Hunter, right? Because it goes in a lot of different Death Rattle decks. Basically, like, yeah, it's like so much stats. Like, and it goes in token. It's gonna go in like token Shaman too. It's really good in there. Yeah, it's a solid 4 stars. Spell Zerker, 2 mana 2/3 has spell damage plus 2 wild damage. That's a. Is that okay? Man, actually, should I put this in like? Oh no, you can't put it in Odd Mage. There might be like a spell mage you'd put this in because you just throw it down and ping it, and that's a way to get +2 spell damage. That's probably worth it. So I think this will see play at some point in a mage deck, but so not that good. 2 stars. Serenite Taskmaster, 1 mana 2/3 Death Rattle summon a 0/3 free agent with your taunt for your opponent. So as far as the stats go, you technically kind of just like break even, but on turn 1, on probably even turn 2, they're not going to be able to kill this. So you're going to get at least 1 or 2 good trades. And the 0/3 is not a concern, although like some classes can buff that 0/3 up. Or they'll use it as a token, like against token Shaman. This is probably not that good. It's just okay. It's okay. You break even against them, but it's actually a little bit bad against token Shaman. But most of the time, it's like just generally a good card in most deck types, if you can have the slot for it. And sometimes giving the opponent a 0/3 taunt is an upside because 1, you take up their board space. 2, you can put a taunt in the pool for Hadronox, like so they can get taunts back. There's another deck that messes that up, right? Free Agent. Oh yeah, like Res Priest. that they can res with the 0/3 taunt with like the bring 4 things back, or they get like one less chance when choosing a card from their res pool for the discover one. So it's good. I think this is another 4-star card. Karawashi Chicken, 1-star. Helpless Hatchling, 1-star. Right, reduce the cost. Technically, it's basically like a 0 mana one. Yeah, it's a 0 mana 1/1, but in value. But like you could play this on turn 1 and then this on turn 2, but then you'd be handling a really shitty turn 1. I say 1.5 stars. There might be something where it's like playing Hadronox on turn 8 makes some kind of big difference or something like that. But other than that, like it's really bad. And then like you wouldn't want to keep a 1/1 in your. I mean, well, I guess it's okay. Yeah, if it does something, there's probably some beast where like something like this where it's like, oh, if you actually reduce that to 7, then there's this crazy combo you can do. Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, probably should have. I mean, I guess kind of had to go through the reviews to know for sure. So I would have rather said at the beginning, but yeah, the best decks are for best decks. Death Rattle Hunter, I think, is the best deck, and Mid Range Hunter might be the second best, probably. Um, um, Malygos Druid, Taunt Druid, and even Warlock could still be like really good, but Malygos Druid and Taunt Druid took big hits from this card existing now, and also from the Warlock card. So, but this can go in even Warlock or Control Warlock. So they only actually got stronger. So that actually even like a Control Warlock might be the second best or third best deck, and then Malygos Druid, depending on how many people counterplay it, Malygos Druid actually could still be like the second best deck. But if people if people like realize that people aren't playing this card, if they don't, then people will start playing it. So in the long run, Malygos Druid will not be tier 1 anymore, I don't think. Well, maybe in tournaments it will, because in tournaments you're going to know it's not like every deck is going to run this in a tournament. Or maybe they will. It's a hard target Malygos. Actually, maybe Malygos actually be worse in tournaments than on ladder. So, yeah, actually it probably would be, because you could throw that card in every deck and hard counter Mali Druid and like so yeah, I mean, I think Malygos Druid will still be a tier 1 deck on ladder then, because not every deck's gonna run that, and some people are gonna be like, oh well, now I'm not running into Malygos Druid, so I'm gonna not run that card anymore because I don't need to. Or like Mecha Cthulhu, like and Mecha Cthulhu is the same thing, like Mecha Cthulhu Priest. Like people are like, oh, well, I guess I don't need to run that anymore. I don't need to run this Warlock card that eats up half the deck anymore. And then those decks will just come out of nowhere. So they'll cycle in. They'll cycle in and out of being like tier 1. But the Death Rattle Hunter won't take a hit from those cards. Definitely not Mid Range Hunter. Like yeah, Mid Range Hunter will benefit from it. So yeah, mid range Death Rattle Hunter, best deck in the game now, I think, and mid range Hunters could be valuable to be the second best. Even Lock might be the second best, and Control Lock, one of those two. Those are up there. Did Res Priest actually? I didn't really kind of see. Did Res Priest he gained that one card? Choose a copy of minion added. Ooh, this could be used in red Res Priest too, though. Res Priest got slightly better, but it again like this card hurts Res Priest, so that made it slightly worse. So overall, it kind of broke even. I think you still like it's going to be fine, and you having those taunts in the pool, and then on the discover aspect, you're still going to choose good. So Res Priest is still going to be really good. It might be like low tier one, and you can copy. You can play Velen and then play this in the same turn, and so you could like get an extra chance if you're just trying to like if you have just enough mana to like stick a Velen or a Malygos. For Velen particularly, you're like, okay, let's see if the Velen sticks. I'll play this and play this. So you copy the Velen. So if it doesn't die, if it dies or it gets polymorph, if worst case scenario gets polymorphed, then you still got another one in your hand. If it doesn't die, you play the second one and it's game over. If it just gets killed, you play the second one for, and then I mean, you're just back where you were before, and it's no harm, no foul. So I think that Res Priest got a little stronger. So they'll be probably like low tier one, high tier two. It's gonna like I don't think it can like it's gonna have a rough time living through the new Death Rattle Hunter though. So that might change things. I'm not sure. I guess with Psychic Scream, Priest has a good shot at living against him though. So maybe yeah. The Res Priest will still be really good then. Let's just those are the best classes decks. Then let's go through who changed real quick. Again, like Druid didn't change. Except for they might have a good token deck now, but it's not as good as their other decks. Their other like tier one decks. Yeah, I already went through Hunt. I just talked about Hunter. Well, actually, I brought up that they have the best deck, but if you want to just for fun, they even have a really strong Spell Hunter and Secret Hunter decks are really good now. Hunter is going to be the best class to pick in on the ladder for sure because you can like just keep playing Death Rattle Hunter until people are countering it, and then like as soon as they do, you just switch to mid-range Hunter or Spell Hunter or Secret Hunter. So this is going to be Hunter's going to be the best ladder deck for this whole expansion because they have 4 good decks, and you're not going to know which one they're going to choose. And that's the same, like that's going to help them in tournaments because if you're playing to like, you can't plan necessarily to hard counter Death Rattle Hunter if there is a way, because then they can choose mid range, and then now like your deck might not be able to beat that, or what the other way around, Secret Hunter, whatever. Mage got lots of new fun tools. It'll be fun to try them out. I hope Odd Mage is better than I think it is, but it seems like it's just going to be decent. And then this card is fun. Yeah, this card's fun. They just got a lot of fun cards, so hopefully they're pretty good. Except I think their best deck is like a tempo elemental deck that I built one. It looks really strong, but I almost hope it's not good because it seems kind of cancerous. Like it's aggro. It's very aggro oriented, and then like with this card in there, you can do some like broken turn 1 stuff that's like going to be really frustrating to play against. Paladin, they got a lot of really good tools, but just the way the deck works, I think like it's going to be underpowered. I hope I'm wrong because it'll be it'll be like my favorite or one of my favorite decks if it's good enough. I'm gonna try hard to make it work, like the Healed type, but I just think like you want all like 40 cards in there, and like you have to like sacrifice lots of good cards just to put in stuff like a Pyro Equality or Pyro Equality Consecrate. You need those cards for stabilization, and they take up like 4 slots. And there's other things like that in the deck too, where you need like 4 cards when other decks might only need 2 for that same situation. Priest, yeah, Priest is the one that's like the big question mark. There's literally 2 cards that I couldn't even give a rating because even after thinking about it, I have no clue how good they are, like these 2. And other than like I said, Res Priest is definitely still good, but like I'm gonna go out on a limb and make my bold prediction is that Machine Gun Priest is coming back, and that it's gonna be good. Um, it'll lose to Death Rattle Hunter though. That's a problem. Rogue, yeah, pirate. They got a bunch of pirate shit. Yeah, they got multiple versions of Pirate Rogue that are all good, and there's your new aggro deck, Pirate Warrior. That's the deck that you're gonna be queuing and be like, you're gonna like, you're gonna see people rage quit on turn 1 just by queuing in a thing, and you're like, fuck, dude, I can't even play this game. Like people that want to ruin the fun, like how this game's really fun the first week because there's just people just trying all kinds of decks. But there's gonna be like a bunch of assholes running Pirate Warrior, grinding it that first week. Those are the guys that ruin the game. Um, Shaman or Pirate Rogue, not Pirate Warrior. I'm traumatized from Pirate Warrior. All those like that year and a half where they refused to nerf Pirate Warrior. Shaman. Yeah, they got a lot of really fun cards. Um, this guy's fun. This guy's really fun. This crazy stuff could happen with it. You could play token deck. They opened up a lot of deck types potentially. Possibility of Overload Shaman being a thing actually. The Snow Flurry and the Spellstone and all that. Even just like the Spellstone or just the giant, like it might be good enough. We'll see. But I'm pretty sure Shaman's gonna be pretty low tier. Like I still think Shudderwalk Shaman will actually, you know what? Token Shaman's looking pretty damn good, and like a mid range I think is gonna be like the new king this expansion overall, and so Token Shaman's looking strong actually. I think it's gonna take over Shudderwalk possibly. Well, that's my bold prediction. Like kind of looked like, yeah, like Shudderwalk just got like one more little tool. It's still gonna still be the best Shaman deck, but I think Token Shaman is gonna take over as the #1 Shaman deck. That's my bold prediction for Shaman. One of my bold predictions for the expansion, and that's gonna be a low tier 1 deck, high tier 2, low tier 1 deck. This card's good in everything basically. Um, Yeah. Warlock, yeah, like I said, even lock slash control lock is probably going to be the second or third best deck. This is always going to be nice to have in Warlock because now you can straight up just you could one card in the game against combo decks. That's awesome. I love it. Um, so yeah, they're control Warlock's in a great spot. Zoo only got better, so that might be better because Zoo is already a little bit mid-rangey, and like I said, I think mid-range is going to be the new king, and uh, they added this is like makes it more mid-rangey, and it's a good card, and this like can clear. Pretty sure Zoo, yeah, and there's a couple other neutral minions that buffed Zoo, so Zoo got better, and Zoo's already really good. It's already like low tier 1, high tier 2. Um, Warrior. I hope the dragon stuff works out, but I'm not sold on it. The rush deck seems good though. Like these rush cards, especially this one, just adding it into Rush Warrior and like Mech Warrior and stuff. I'm almost positive that's going to be good. but it might not be enough against some of the other powerhouse decks though. So it might seem bad, or it might seem like a failure, but we'll see. And then yeah, neutral. Love like most of the legendary. So it's looking like this set, the average legendary is way better than normal. Usually like half the legendaries are bad, like unplayable to bad, but most of the legendaries in this set are good. Like this is bad. This is like it's more of like a memey thing, but it might be good. These three are all really good. So as far as like the free legendary you get for opening the packs and like the like you never getting a duplicate, you're gonna get some good ones. Acolyte the Rant. Okay, so that's good. Might be good. Probably just okay. Bad, bad. So Warlock legendaries. So you don't want the Warlock legendaries. You don't want that one neutral. Probably two of the neutrals. Really good. That's like the 5-star. That one's good. Wait, what's their? That one's just okay. Oh, I didn't do that. That one's good. So basically, you just don't want. That one's bad. That one might be good, might be bad. Those are both good, like really good. That one's really good. That one's okay. That one's insane. This guy's good. That one's bad. That's okay. It's bad for a legendary, I guess. Like it's as diverse as it is. Honestly, it is as diverse as it is. It's uninteresting and it's not bad. It's not a bad legendary. Like it's not a bad card. It's not like a really good card though. So that one's okay. So mostly you're really going to be upset if you get the Warlock legendaries. Is what you're going to be the most upset about. And then you're not going to want these ones probably. This one you might want for the memes, and because it'll be good in certain metas. You might want. So this one's fine. You don't want this really. They're going to be mad. And yeah, you're going to be mad at the one priest legendary, and probably that one. And like yeah, that you're gonna be really happy with the hunter ones. Yeah, so most of the legendaries you get are gonna be good. Okay, so there's so many good cards in this set. It's really hard to say. Like, oh, so the Doctor Boom of the set, the Corridor Creeper of the set. So I guess the Doctor Boom of the set is the one that's just like outright, obviously like the best card. Well, I guess that card wasn't. No, Doctor Boom was like everyone was saying it wasn't good though. So same with Corridor Creeper. I thought Corridor Creeper was insane. So we'll just go with like we'll not put a label like that. We'll just say like the best card of the set and the sleeper of the set. So the best card of the set is this is a really good that one. We'll do best legendary and best non-legendary. How about that? Because and the sleeper legendary and the sleeper non-legendary. Because like a lot of times like something like this card might be the best card in the whole set. Um, but that's like pretty boring and like a lot of it's not fair because it's like yeah, like a 0 mana common card or like a cheap common card is probably going to be the most useful. But so we'll do best legendary is so far we got the Lynx. That's really good. Not as good as the Lynx. That's good. That's very good and useful. Not as OP as Lynx. Not those two. That's gonna be on average very good, but not like super crazy. This one is just like so good in every deck. It's so like so useful. This one is in the running. Sentimo is pretty good. So it's the frog or the lynx. Those are terrible. No. Oh yeah, the neutrals are really good. Ondasta's are really good. All three of these are in the running too. It's a pretty close race. I think the lynx is pretty OP. So is Ondasta and the frog. This one's not like OP. Like those ones are all more OP, and this one's even like strength-wise technically kind of stronger than this, but then that's like inconsistent. So I don't. That one's definitely not in the running. Mojo Master just so it just like completely changes the entire game. So you kind of got to say Mojo Zihi is like the strongest legendary of the set. But it's like by itself, like just playing that isn't like a game-winning kind of card, and this is, and so is the Link. So I'll put both of them. This one's the most game-changing card of the set, period. Even neutrals and or like non-legendaries and legendaries, but most OP legendary is um, a tie between Undasta and Lynx, and they both can be played in Hunter. So there you go. Um, Best non-legendary card is probably that Mage card. That's pretty good. Seance is good. That's a pretty strong, but it's not making the deck. This makes like a whole like deck type, like a tempo elemental mage possible just by itself, and it's like a broken strong. I think this is the strongest non-legendary. Might be the strongest card in the whole set. What else? There was a couple other ones like that that were like um, timeout. Yeah, like I mean, Seance is pretty. It's not that strong. I mean, it's strong, but not compared to those. This is a very strong card, the Aknai. All these pirate stuff, but then like it's kind of like not. This one's really strong. So is this one. They're not as strong as they don't single-handedly like make that deck OP. They're just like it's very strong, and all together it's just like a really strong deck. So those ones they're close to that. This card in particular, Raiding Party, is and this card has a potential to be ridiculous, but these two are really strong. Strongest card. That one's strong too. Totemic Smash, and that's going to be used in almost most shamans. Oh well, this. I mean, that's just like I said. That might be the strongest because it's like I said, it's a card that just straight up instantly wins you the game against multiple deck types. So I'll get this is the strongest non-legendary, maybe that's the strongest card in the set, in the entire set. And then I think the Mage one is the second strongest. And then I mean the one of those three legendaries I said like the Lynx, this and this might be a little stronger than that, but I, like this is kind of its own category. It's like again like just playing it isn't that strong by itself, but like it buys you so much time and it's so good that it kind of is like. Is there any other like super? Yeah, there's no other cards that can like win you the game just by playing them like by themselves. Um, so none of these cards are as strong as the Warlock card. Yeah. So what? How about the sleeper of the set? So the card that people are saying is just sucks or is average, but is actually really good. I'll go like two sleepers, like the sleeper that's like definitely going to be good that people are saying bad, and the one that's like just all compared to how people say it is, it's good. So I'm gonna go with so this ogre here, Moshog Enforcer, and the Line Cracker are tied for the cards that people say complete shit, and like they're actually gonna be pretty good in a couple decks. And then like just like the straight up card that's like actually really good that people don't think is good is probably is it this? Do people? I don't know if people think this is bad. Let's see. No, I guess most people think that's good. Oh, on here, but this is the average person, and or actually the average enthusiast, because most an average player doesn't even get on this site. Oh, maybe it's big. It's a big bad voodoo. No, you know what? I think it's gonna be the pirate. Let's see, I'm pretty sure people don't think this is good, right? People just think this is like average. Yeah, okay. So people think this is like overall like 20% think it's bad, 30% think it's playable. I think it's insane. So at least very good. So this is my pick for the sleeper of the set, Cannon Barrage. Like this is going to be one that could get nerfed because it's so strong. That's my opinion though. I don't know. Because they might not nerf that one, and they might just nerf this. Like this is if they nerf Pirate Warrior, if it's like aggro is just so annoying. But I don't think they'll even nerf it at all. Any of the pirate rogue cards, I mean, because this is really strong for. Is a crazy value. You can prep this out, get two pirates in your weapon, get this weapon, get everything ready for charge. Yeah. So what else I was gonna say? Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this set. I know I'm mad that it comes out 2.5, 3 days before the Smash Ultimate does. Especially, like I just bought a Nintendo Switch and I've been playing that a lot, and I'll definitely be playing Smash a lot. But I also want to play this, and like the best time for playing Hearthstone is the first week, the first 2 weeks, but especially that first week when everyone's just playing all these decks. People are actually trying Beast Druid, and people are gonna be trying like Hero Power Druid, like that. They'll try decks that bad, but that's the fun part. You could try anything. You can be trying Overload Shaman, even though if you don't know it works. People are gonna try to make this Spirit Frog work, and you should. And that first week is the only time you're ever going to get a chance to win with any of those decks too. You might actually get some wins with some crazy meme decks. This is going to get a lot of wins the first week. I really doubt people are going to play Geist the first week. I mean, if that starts coming up a lot, they will, but Heliodin is going to be for sure good the first week, right? Probably. It might not after that though. So you might, if you want to play, like this is one of my favorite decks. I might only get to play this the first week, but yeah, I'm gonna be playing Smash Brothers too, so that cuts into that a lot. At least I'll be going 50-50 after that first couple days, but probably be putting more time into Smash, at least for the first. Yeah, I'll try to cycle back and forth because like Smash is like it's a casual game at the same time though, like it's a hardcore game. So, like once I'm like, oh man, I want to break from that game, I could switch over, and Hearthstone's a little more casual. But then you got to think more on Hearthstone, but you got to concentrate more on Smash. So I don't know. I guess like yeah, it's good to go from one to another. And yeah, I was like at first when this expansion got released, even though like I really love like trolls, I really love like the art of all the trolls in like Blizzard, and those are like some of my favorite themed characters. Like at first with the first few cards released, and like because I had been burnt out on Hearthstone a little, I wasn't that excited at first. But as like more and more cards came out, and especially this last week here, when all these crazy fun cards have been announced, I'm a lot more excited. And like, yeah, it sucks everything good has to come out at the same time. All these video game releases all in like from October to December, and then you have like a dry spell for most like because this year hasn't been that great uh, for the first half of the year hasn't been that great for video games, but then the second half has been like insane and like all right, yeah, if you want to, I'm going to be doing some theory crafting. Actually, my voice feels okay. There's a small chance I might do it later tonight, but I think I'm just going to let my voice rest up. Like, I actually feel okay. I wasn't sick. I was just like, I've been obviously doing these reviews so long. Yeah, because I actually did this way faster. I did this card review in under 5 hours, and I usually do it. It usually takes like 7 hours. Um, Yeah, it's like I said, overall this set was a lot easier to review than past sets because there's so many cards in the pool that it doesn't, only the strongest cards really change the decks, and there are a lot of strong cards, but like, so it's just the strong cards change them and the average cards don't, and before earlier, like in the year, the average cards actually change the way the decks are a lot, even the average cards do. But like really the only thing that's hard to evaluate was like the priest class cards and just a few random cards here and there where it's confusing on what it does, the wording. And then the warrior actually class cards were also hard just because it's really hard to figure out how good dragons are right now, dragon warrior. And yeah, I'm gonna be put like if you're catching the end of it, you probably won't. If you're catching this, you're probably catching the beginning, so you won't know. I should have said that I'm putting timestamps up, but I'm gonna put timestamps too. Actually, yeah, I should just do that now. And instead of like theory crafting, I'm gonna work on just like putting timestamps up right away as soon as I check. Yeah, so I don't want to keep rambling. I'll end this like right before 5 hours long. And I'm trying to think, is there anything that I forgot about? Um, oh, I have favorite card of the set. I didn't really say. I kind of basically said that. Yeah, like this is my favorite card of the set, and then I really love the Warlock one for the similar reason. But yeah, that's probably my second favorite card of the set. I like being able this one being neutral in all decks. I like a lot. And oh, and yeah, most excited to play Heal Paladin, Odd Mage. Actually, I actually am excited for Mid-Range Hunter. Not like Death Rattle Hunter is gonna be fun too, but it's not that different, and it's gonna be on the top for a while, so I'm not too excited. I want to try out that Token Druid. Always excited to play Priest. Not excited for Rogue. Actually, I'm excited for Shaman. Shaman seems fun in general. Even like Token Shaman seems fun at. And then yeah, actually, I want to play some Control Warlock just so I could burn half of people's decks. That's going to be fun. And then I'm excited to play this guy in every deck possible. And then, oh yeah, I love Dragon deck, so I want to try Dragon. But the Dragon Warrior deck doesn't actually seem that fun. It doesn't seem as fun as like the Dragon Priest decks from the past. But it's still should be good. All right, almost exactly 5 hours. Peace out. 5 hours, 1 minute.